a coming.
Didn't know when we started. Sorry.
I would now like to call the June 9th, 2026 Longmont City Council regular session to order. The live stream of this meeting can be viewed at the city's YouTube channel and longmontpublicmedia.org/watch or Comcast channels 8 or 880. Don, can we start with a roll call, please?
Mayor Hidalgo Faring,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem McCoy,
Present.
Councilmember Christ,
Present.
Councilmember Kalkofer, Councilmember Marsing, Councilmember Popkin,
Here.
Councilmember Prieto. Mayor, you have a quorum.
Great, let's stand for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God.
Okay, in accordance with the council's rules of procedure, the rules for providing public comment are as follows. Only Longmont residents and employees of the city of Longmont may speak during first call public invited to be heard. You must provide your address at the sign-up sheet before the meeting or I will not call your name. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. Anyone may speak on second reading or public hearing item, and you are asked to add your name to the speaker list for that specific item before the meeting. Anyone may speak during final call public invited to be heard. Members of the audience shall refrain from disruptive, vulgar, or abusive language, applause, heckling, or other actions that interfere with the orderly function of the council. Okay, so we are now on to the approval of the May 19th, 2026 minutes.
So moved.
Okay, the motion has been made by Mayor Pro Tem. Can I have a second? Okay, and it's seconded by Councilmember Kalkofer. Seeing no one in the queue, let's go ahead and vote.
Would you like to verbally?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Councilmember Marsing?
Yeah, it's just now popular. Yay.
Thank you.
Okay, that carries unanimously. Now on to May 22nd, 2026 regular session minutes. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
So that motion has been made by Mayor Pro Tem. Do I have a second? Second. Seconded by Councilmember Kalkofer. Seeing no one in the queue, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries unanimously. We are now on to agenda revisions and submissions of documents and motions to direct the city manager to add agenda items to future agendas. Before I start reaching out, I do have a statement I wanted to add here and let council and the public know. So there's been some recent requests. So the town of Superior recently requested that the city and other local governments file an amicus brief in support of Superior's likely appeal of the Colorado Supreme Court related to their ongoing lawsuit and request a court injunction aimed at addressing the negative effects of touch-and-go operations at Rocky Mountain Airport in Jefferson County. As owner and operator of Vance Brand Airport, the city's authority over aircraft operations is subject to various federal laws and regulations. The city takes community concerns over noise seriously and is working to address these concerns where possible, including improving our voluntary noise abatement procedures at the airport, as well as continuing to hold town halls as the one on May 7th. In light of these developments, I will be holding an executive session on June 16th to discuss Superior's request for the city's amicus participation in their appeal to the Colorado Supreme Court of the town of Superior versus Jefferson County Airport case. So this isn't a motion I'm making. It doesn't need discussion. We will have attorneys present to discuss the impacts as well as what an amicus brief is and moving forward. And then we can then we can follow up with the public after. Yes, Councilmember Popkin.
And just a clarification
Yes.
question. Is there a time deadline for filing this that's a factor here? I just wanted to make sure that the executive session plus any follow-up action.
No, we're in time. by having it on the 16th, we should make any deadlines. And I do want to clarify, I had received some emails saying that Lafayette did sign on to an amicus brief, and I did want to correct, I did speak with the mayor and another council member in Lafayette, and they did not have a formal vote. They just kind of had consensus to have a letter of support. They're still researching that as well, so amicus brief. So that, I wanted to clarify to the public that was inaccurate. Okay, so now, go ahead, anyone else? Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. I need to request virtual attendance for the July 7th open forum, unfortunately. I am bummed to miss that. I've actually been accepted on the day job side to a pretty prestigious professional development opportunity in Boston. So I will be at Harvard University that week, during those few days. Yeah, you've heard of that. Yeah, I've heard of that one. No, I don't know if I can make the motion, but I would appreciate anyone being willing to allow me to participate virtually. I am bummed I will miss it in person. I'm also very bummed that I will miss our board appreciation event that night as well.
Do we have a second? So Councilmember Kalkofer has seconded that. Is there discussion on this, on his request?
No, I just need to
okay.
be remote the same day.
Okay, do it in a separate motion.
I will.
Okay. Wasn't sure if your light was for this conversation. Okay, and seeing that will be the open forum, my request to the public is that all comments and questions be directed to Councilmember Marcin. So, just playing. Okay, so let's go ahead and vote.
I will be
I
eating
know.
my chowder and enjoying.
Gotta make it light. Okay, so that carries unanimously. Councilmember Christ.
Mayor, I will be traveling that week, and I also need to participate remotely.
Okay.
And I'm willing to tag team it with Marsing for questions.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, you two can. So that motion has been made the request has been made by Councilmember Christ, and for remote participation on Tuesday, July 7th. Second. And it was seconded, actually it was seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. He already got it. And seeing no one else, seeing no one in the queue, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries unanimously. Okay, so we are now on to, Don, do we have any adjustments to tonight's agenda?
We do not, Mayor.
Okay. So we are now on to city manager's report. Does the city manager have a report?
No report, Mayor, Council.
Very good. Okay, and we are now on to special reports and presentations. The Innovative Urban Downtown Campus and Transit Hub at First and Main, Phase 2. And we have staff coming. It just says staff presentation, so I didn't know who to call down. What? There's a bunch? Okay, come on down.
Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. Jen Newton, Assistant City Manager for External Services. I'm here this evening to talk about the next phase of the Innovative Urban Downtown Academic Campus for the City of Longmont. Longmont and the partners are advancing development to catalyze new investment in the southern downtown core, an area that stretches between First Avenue and Boston Avenue to the north and south respectively on either side of Main Street. I'm here with a number of colleagues this evening to talk about 3 council actions for your consideration. So this is the phase 2 of agreements that you heard in March. There's an IGA with Front Range Community College that will advance the next phase of planning. And through this IGA, Front Range Community College will contribute $4 million for pre-development work for the campus. Ordinance 2026-41 is an ordinance to appropriate dollars into the 2026 budget for that work. The third is a development agreement with Vertical Richmark to develop and construct a mixed-use campus and the construction of the First and Main Transit Center that will serve as the city's downtown bus rapid transit hub. As a reminder for folks who might not have been here in March, this is a public-private partnership among 2 government entities and a private developer group to share in the responsibility, risk, and benefit for the project. Vertical Richmark and FRCC this evening will share work that has taken place over the past 3 months on this project and how those plans integrate STEAM, science, technology, engineering, health technologies, advanced manufacturing, arts, and workforce-aligned programs, bringing together classrooms, labs, and offices into one integrated campus. Within the IGA, between the city and the college, there is a continued partnership to advance a vision for this catalytic project for the southern end of the STEAM area. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Simpson from Front Range Community College, and I'll be back to kind of go through what is in the development agreement, the IGA, and obviously the appropriation ordinance as well. And with that, I'll turn it over to Colleen. This is the advance right here.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. It's a pleasure to be back in front of you this afternoon, or this evening, I should say. We are here to talk a little bit about our Urban Innovation Campus and the work that we are doing in partnership with the City of Longmont. And this evening, I just want to do a quick little background on why this project matters to us and how important this project is to us. And so the last time I was here, we were in phase 1 of the project. That phase 1 allowed us to talk about our master program planning and our master plan for this Urban Innovation Campus. But one of the things that is so important to us, why this project matters, is that we have heard both from our students, our employers, industry partners, and also residents of the City of Longmont that a college like FRCC, to be part of the redevelopment of the City of Longmont, allows us to expand our educational opportunity, supports our workforce development, meet our employer demand, strengthen economic vitality, and it's a downtown destination for all. You know, as we think about where we're going next, we are now in phase 2 of why we're here this evening and pending approval. This is the stage where we will begin to determine what is it that we want to be doing with this particular Urban Innovation Campus. One of the things we've talked about is that we have met with both internal and external partners to help us define what should be our Urban Innovation Campus. We have 5 anchor points, and Jen talked a little bit about them. It's the healthcare and technology, science, healthcare, and technology, advanced manufacturing, engineering, business and creative entrepreneurial, and then also the work that we will be doing within the creative arts space. And so those are our 5 anchors and focus area for this particular campus. So what is the work that we've done to date? Master planning process is completed. We've done stakeholder engagement across both FRCC and within the Longmont community. Development and site planning analysis is on track. Our program planning is now completed. The city and the college is in coordination. We have our ongoing meetings that happened, and then we're also doing our partner and community conversations that are ongoing. And so what does this mean in terms of our community and stakeholder engagement? It's so important for this campus to be part of our community here. And so what does that mean? Our internal engagement. We've met with our faculty, our staff, our students, college leadership. We have a core team that is focused on this Urban Innovation Campus. But the success of the Urban Innovation Campus cannot just only be our internal engagement. It's also the external engagement that we are embarking upon also. That is our industry partners. One of the things we want to ensure is that this Urban Innovation Campus is aligned with the workforce needs of this region. We want to remain agile and responsive to what those workforce needs are, and then we want to be part of the solution. Community stakeholders is also important to us. Our city staff is our partner, and also our project development partners is part of our community engagement stakeholders. And so as we think about where do we go from here, what does success look like for us? Success for us is not only just talking about what we're doing here in the city of Longmont, but having measures of success. Our measures of success is going to be expanding workforce education aligned to employer demand, supporting regional economic development. We know that we've heard from our students, and one of the things they've talked about is creative, flexible, innovative learning environments. Increasing student access. We've asked ourselves the question, who are the students we're not serving? Who are underserved students? Who are a marginalized population of students? And how do we ensure that access and opportunity are given to those students? And then, of course, strengthening our industry partnerships and co-investment is also an important part of what success will look like. And no campus, and let me explain something. One of the reasons why we call it the innovative campus is because we want to advance innovation. This campus is not going to be like a traditional academic campus. It's going to be a campus that converges with our industry partners, entrepreneurship within the region, ensuring that we have a maker space for our learners to be able to innovate and create together with our workforce development. One of the things we have also been looking at is what will this building look like? And what I'm sharing is just early renderings of what the preliminary site vision can look like. And oh, it's going to be a beauty here in Longmont. We have not decided on what the building is look like, but this is going to give you some ideas around. This building is going to stand out because we believe that it's going to be an innovative space, and it has to have that look also of innovation, so that when our learners come into this building, they know that they are going to be doing something different. They are going to be aligning themselves with innovation, whether it's from the advanced manufacturing perspective, the creative, the engineering. This building is going to be part of a staple for us. And so community impact is also important for us. What does this mean for the city of Longmont? Not only are we creating new career pathways for our learners, we want to ensure that these pathways are high demand fields. We want to make sure we're also building the employer pipeline. What are the talent trained opportunities for our employers in this region that is needed? And then there's workforce training. We want to be agile for the city of Longmont. And so how do we customize our training and ensure that our working adults have the opportunity to upskill, reskill, or be part of career changing? And then there's economic growth. When we think about sustained momentum for us here at FRCC, we want to ensure that we are investing in downtown Longmont, and the development and the economic vitality is also important to us. This Urban Innovation Campus is going to be a community hub. It is not going to be something that is going to be separate from the community. We see it as an opportunity to have a gathering space where if you're thinking about innovation, collaboration, this is the place that you will come, and we will help you develop those ideas. And then it is a long-term investment in the city of Longmont. We are here to strengthen the city's competitive position and position this for years to come for the future. And so where we are today, Phase 1 was the foundation. That is completed. We are now looking pending approval for Phase 2. Some of the current activities that occurred during our Phase 1 is the site planning and analysis, program refinement, stakeholder engagement, and design refinement. Where do we go next is our future milestones. We're looking to ensure that our design is being reviewed. And so we know that as we hear from our stakeholders, we will be taking a look at that design and working with our partners to ensure that this design reflects the vision of FRCC, which is to remain an open access institution. Continued community engagement is part of our future milestone. This is a community impact that we're building here. And so hearing from our community is going to be critical for the success of our Urban Innovation Campus. And then design advancement, working with our partners, collaborating with the city, with our design partners, with the architect is going to be important to us. And then the construction documents that's going to come out of phase 2 is also going to be vital to the success. After phase 2, we have several more phases. Phase 3 will be our design advancement, and phase 4 will be our construction and launch. And so that's where we are right now as it relates to the Urban Innovation Campus. We remain committed as your institutional higher ed partner to ensure that the City of Longmont is part of this conversation and that we are building an educational facility that is not only for the current state, but also for the future. It is for the learners that we know within this region that we will be able to serve. One of the things we want to ensure at this Urban Innovation Campus is that we are focused on our learners coming in and they will have living wages as they are able to participate in career pathways that are focused on high demand. And so I will pause there. I don't know if this is the opportunity for any questions, or do I bring up the next speaker at this time?
I'd like to have Walker Thrash come up and just say a few words as well.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, Council, thank you for having me. And I only have one slide.
Oh,
So
perfect.
Dr. Simpson has knocked it out. I just wanted to say, I'm with Vertical and part of the Vertical Richmark joint venture on the private side of this development. And I wanted to just put a little color on the site plan and some of the facets of this development. But first, I think it's important to say, oftentimes we're brought into the equation, partially a big part of our front end scope is visioning, which we find fun. But more rewarding oftentimes is when we walk into a room, and it's rare to have two public entities, or at least quasi-public, at this point before we get there. But the vision was so clear on this project before we entered the room. I would say in one meeting, and this is a fair statement, at the end of the first long meeting we had, it concluded with, okay, FRCC, at what percentage, 1 to 100, are you committed to this deal? And immediately, Dr. Simpson said 100. So meeting 2, meeting 3, I mean, we were really off to designing, trying to understand how to build a financial model. This has moved pretty quickly. To that end, it's also, the city's vision is super important here, because I think a lot of people would have, or at least were in the room, this council was definitely different when, I think it's the St. Vrain RSVP project started, which was a big spend, huge project, deal with the St. Vrain Creek, eliminate some floodplain, and try to spur new development. And I'm oftentimes one of the critics in those rooms saying, is this money worth it? Is this really going to spur new development? Well, now you're starting to see the catalytic projects being brainstormed for the amount of real estate that's been freed up in that project. And that was, I mean, this has been years in the making. So to that end, just some quick color on the project. You can see Main Street here. To the west of Main is the RTD station that will be hopefully breaking ground in October, should this move forward. Near future past that, just to the north, passenger rail is contemplated. So to the east, if you can see the number 1, the orange colored building, that's a private office development. It'll be the first Class A office building that's been built in the city in quite some time. I see Valerie from Nextlight is here. They are going to be a major tenant in that building, and that we're really excited about the design. We haven't even started. I mean, all of the architecture you're looking at right now is for FRCC to try to really start this innovation, you know, lean to a nod to the history of the start of downtown Longmont with some of the red brick, but then some innovation that Oz Architecture is really trying to play with on the exterior of the building. That's going to be important, and we'll get that right as we iterate the project. But you have office, a food and beverage outlet that we're contemplating right now in design. You've got the 2 and 3 is the big pieces, which are FRCC and the campus in the middle. And that vision is really to create an urban campus, a sense of place, which can be a rare thing in a community college environment, right? I think that vision is so clear. But what's important is all the stuff we're not going to talk about tonight that you can start to see around it, which are future projects that are already in the planning stages, thinking about that catalytic activity that's happening on the south side of Main Street. Let's see, a handful of multifamily projects. Really excited about being part of the energy of the entire development, and fun to kind of kick off this east-west corridor in the south into downtown. That's really all I have.
Thank you.
Within the IGA, I mentioned before, there's that vision, that shared continued partnership that advances the vision for this project. The city of Longmont with Vertical Richmark will lead and manage the identified scope of work, which includes environmental survey and testing, building design and advancements of the city entitlement process. Front Range will contribute $4 million toward the pre-development work, including fees for pre-construction work by Thrash Development and a development fee for Vertical Richmark. If council moves forward tonight, the city will enter into that phase 2 development agreement for the advancement of that consultant work with the developer for the campus. Overall, the development agreement addresses schematic design through construction drawings, as you've just heard, as well as entitlements for the academic campus and private development on that 6.83 acres located east of Main Street between First Avenue and Boston Avenue. There are some additional parcels in the city ownership that are anticipated to be part of this effort, including a drainage parcel for drainage facilities and other public improvements. This development agreement is a commitment and progression toward that Vertical Richmark private development, as you've just heard. Vertical Richmark will construct the parking garage transit hub, which here is identified. It has the about 700 parking stalls, is 5 stories, and the construction is planned to start later this year. And the phase 2 agreement commitments, use of that $4 million for Front Range to progress the pre-development work. There's an agreement on the $50 per foot on the campus parcel, an agreement to the price for the city to purchase that parcel. Commitment and progression on the Vertical Richmark private development. Next Light is anticipated to be a tenant in the private development. And agreement that Vertical Richmark will construct the garage and Front Range Community College with the associated general contracting fee, which is 4% of the hard cost of the budget. And the garage will start construction later this year. It is not contingent on a phase 3 agreement. However, there will be a separate construction contract. Under this agreement, Vertical Richmark will receive a development fee for the Front Range Community College project and for the garage. So 4% for the garage and 4.95% for the campus parcel. For the garage facility, this 4% fee will be used for the benefit of the private development on the mixed-use project on the east of Main. The agreement also addresses the potential development of those 2 parcels in the future south of Boston. And to be finalized in phase 3, want to identify that there is a date in that phase 3 that's contemplated, that's executing it no later than June 30th, but we're anticipating to be started much before that. So the target date for the agreement is at the end of Q1 in 2027, and the groundbreaking would follow. The city is planning to issue the debt and anticipates the tax increment financing is a component of the overall financing model that is being refined for the project. The city is anticipated to enter into a 30-year lease with Front Range Community College with an option for the college to purchase the campus in year 10, and Front Range owning those facilities is the ultimate goal. With that, there are a few items that are coming later on your agenda. Again, Resolution 2026-34, which is the IGA. Ordinance 2026-41, which is an ordinance to appropriate those dollars into the 2026 budget. And then Ordinance 2026-42, which is the development agreement. And with that, I'm open to any questions that you've had.
Jen, I wanted to cover a couple of things. So you see Nextlight in the conversation. A couple of things that has come forward on that. So prior to this project and talking to Valerie, one of the things that we were starting to see, Nextlight's great. Just got #1 rated internet service provider in the nation. But what we're seeing is that as our community is evolving, people who move into our community don't necessarily think of Nextlight because they're coming from places that don't have municipally owned utilities. And so for us, we've known for a few years we need to get them a more visible presence so they can compete at the same level that the nationals are competing at. So that was in our mindset. When we talk about an innovative campus, the one thing that we know is we want this campus to be the most technologically advanced campus, and what better way than bring the nation's best internet service provider next door so that we can ensure whatever bandwidth they need, they have at their disposal, so the students can actually really tap into that as they're working in the makerspace and embracing entrepreneurialism. So those were two pieces that we were really focused on with Nextlight. Finally, we're just running out of space for all of our city operations. So this was a good way for us to gain additional space on Sherman Street in that building while being part of a much broader project. So I wanted to go over that really quick with you to say, so you could see what our thinking was as we were looking to move forward with the Nextlight component. Can you go back a slide? That one. So Jen mentioned this. So what's unique about this public-private partnership that I don't think we talk about a lot is that a lot of people think of when you look at the development fee, it's just a development fee going back in. They're actually taking that development fee and investing it into the Front Range campus itself on the private investment, which is then what creates the tax increment that we're actually able to utilize to support the debt. So it's a recirculation of funds that's coming into this project, which is unique. And so I wanted to really point that out and bring some attention to it, because a lot of people assume that it's just going somewhere else. This isn't. This is staying in the project and staying in the community. And that's all I wanted to cover.
Great, thank you. Do we have any questions from council? Councilmember Kalkoffer.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you all for the presentation. This was great. And I know this is preliminary. Can we go back to the conceptual drawing? I know we're not at the design. I know this is a sketch with all the parking lots, please, parking spots. I know we're building for 5. There's going to be 700 parking spots. Just when you all consider, let's use the right amount of parking space, because I'm looking at this, I'm like, wow, that's a lot, and that's a lot of asphalt, and that's a lot of heat. And I just want to make sure that we're thinking into the future. And if we're using that parking space to kind of hold that land to then develop later, then that's fine. But with so much parking, I just want us to make sure that we have a place that's like a placemaking space for people to gather and belong. And there's a lot of space for cars when we have a transit center right next door.
I was just going to jump in. I was just going to jump in and say that is the plan. You can see that there are numbers on those parking lots, and they are anticipated that they can redevelop in the future. And there is parking both in the parking garage and on site. But we do, I think the architects are really taking a close look at those spaces and how can they be inviting spaces, and they're also really focused on the pedestrian and bicycle activity in this space as well. So I think that's a shared vision for sure.
Great.
Yeah, definitely front and center. The one thing I would say is that as we've learned from the RTD parking garage, structured parking is incredibly expensive. And so this is intentionally designed where you come in with surface parking, but as this area evolves, then you can aggregate into structured parking as other projects start filling in the space. We have evaluated Front Range's parking requirements now, so we are balancing both sides, the parking garage and this location. And I think as we see it, one of the things that we spend a lot of time talking about is when you incorporate rail, bus rapid transit, ride Longmont, we know that we're providing transportation amenities that don't exist for the students. And I think there's a point where, as we are all learning through this and we see how it's operationalized once it's built, that'll give us a clearer line of sight in terms of timing.
And then my one last ask, since this is down the hill, trying to incorporate it into what our downtown looks like, just so it feels like a continuation of our downtown, because on the LDDA board, it's really hard getting people down the hill. So whatever we can do to make it feel like it's part of the downtown and not something separate is something that I hope you all consider. But thank you all so much.
One of the things that we didn't talk about in the presentation, but we did in our last meeting, when you look at the designs, what they were trying to put an eye to is remembering the past, but looking to the future. So it's blending that historical context with that future and innovation. And so that's what they're really trying to work around.
Great. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank Dr. Simpson and her team, and want to thank Vertical for being a part of this, and of course Harold and the staff for making this happen. I think this is a great opportunity. I really do appreciate this as a career and technical teacher. I appreciate the importance of educating the next generation, and how important it is to have a pathway to a career. And I also think that the presence of this on Main Street has such an impact that it will be one of those opportunities. And I love the idea of having Nextlight having a bigger presence on Main Street to compete against those national brands, and to make it a bigger, visual marketing aspect of it. So again, thank all of you for everything you've done. And I was going to say something like what Councilmember Kolkoffer said, just looking at this, thinking about how maybe the middle 4 parking area there, somehow when you're thinking about it, having it where it's multi-use sort of parking, where there's parking, but has the ability to maybe even, put something up, whether it's a temporary tent for events sort of things and that sort of stuff, or even kind of a farmer's market sort of gathering type place. So keep that in mind as you proceed.
Okay, great. Thank you. Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to Dr. Simpson and the FRCC team and staff. This is the first time I've really gotten, I think most of us on council have gotten the chance to kind of visualize it, and so I want to piggyback a little bit on Councilmember Kolkoffer's question, and maybe not a concern, but just a question. The schematic is, I understand it's conceptual. It is a lot of surface parking, and when we consider, kind of our investment in this as a city, I think, especially considering, I'm looking at building number 2, which is the academic space, correct? Which I'm assuming is where most of the academic programming will be, most of the, just the amount of academic space relative to the amount of surface parking. And I understand we're talking about a multi-story structure, but it's something I'm thinking about. And I'm also thinking about, and this is an FRCC question, I want to preface by saying it does not impact my vote at all. I'm very excited about this project. I am curious, though, because we're talking about, for you all, what sounds like a pretty significant realignment from what currently exists at the Boulder County campus to what you're looking at in the future. And as an FRCC alum, I know Councilmember Prieto is as well. I got my history degree and my associates in history at FRCC, taking all my classes at the Boulder County campus in an area where I know FRCC has realigned, the cross-campus vision and all those different pieces. But I am curious a little bit about, when you think about this campus, can you speak a little more about what is envisioned and maybe how, in terms of, you said not a traditional college campus, in terms of community, in terms of humanities education, things like astronomy. I know there's an observatory on the current FRCC site. Just a curiosity more than anything about how you're thinking about those kind of shuffling and realignment for some of those more traditional kind of classroom courses.
Great. Thank you, Councilman. I think that's a great question. So one of the things I like to share with the college community is that the humanities is workforce. Yeah. And so when we think about our associate degrees, they all have a component for us to have the humanities in there, and that's not going away. And so for you to earn an engineering degree, you have to take English, you have to take math, you have to take political science or a history course. And so what we will do is be more intentional about those humanities courses and ensure that they are aligned with our high demand programs. And so we envision that it will strengthen our high demand programs and look forward to having our students critical think. It's important for them to be able to critically think within their high demand fields, and that's where the humanities blend that in for them.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Dr. Simpson.
Okay, Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Dr. Simpson. Welcome back. Thank you, Jen, Harold, Dr. Simpson, Vertical, and team for the partnership here. This is coming along really exciting. This is exciting. This really is. I do want to piggyback a little bit on Councilmember Kalkoffer and Marsing's point. I think I was surprised a little bit by the site, the 2D design, kind of looking at the bird's eye view, if you will, and I wanted to share maybe one perspective on that wasn't previously aired, and I'm just pulling up my notes. I had the chance to have, I was in touch with some of the Front Range Community College student government, and they came and we sat down together. We walked around. First I kind of told them about the plan there, First and Main, the transit station, the plans for the fast track starter service and Front Range passenger rail, and then we walked the area. And they got so excited when they realized just how close it was to so many different things, how close it was going to be to the transit station, and how close it was to our greenway. And what I wanted to stress there was when I look at the design, I see especially that southeast quarter as a real connector to our greenway from a walkability standpoint, a bikeability standpoint, and just even though it's an urban campus, still getting at a little bit of that more walkable campus feel and the interaction and intersection with our wonderful nature and St. Vrain corridor. And so I'm hoping that we can think about that integration as we go forward for further design. I trust that we will look thoughtfully at the amount of parking that we think is appropriate and the phases of kind of future development that might be needed to support on evolving needs. But particularly in terms of kind of that intersection, if we want people to take transit, if we want people to feel comfortable biking and walking, the space that they then have to walk around and spend for part of the day in between classes or in between a job and class, that also matters. And so I want them to feel like they can just suddenly walk, not just across a parking lot, but almost seamlessly into our greenway, into our St. Vrain corridor, and then into our downtown if they want to. But then they know that there is a little bit of this urban campus, truly. So I guess that's just the one observation I had from that. I think otherwise I am very enthusiastic about this. We even had some folks who weren't at the Boulder County campus who came in because of the potential connections by rail and bus. And they were really excited just to know that they could potentially take a class here, hang out here, have coffee in downtown Longmont, maybe grab a pizza, and then head up or down to another campus for part of the campus for another class. So thanks for all the work that's gone into this. Super excited to see where this continues to evolve, and hope that feedback's helpful.
So one of the things I do want to add, and I think, yes, your feedback is right in line with who we are. And so there's a phrase we have at our college that says, you belong here. And so that's about ensuring student engagement. Students have the ability to connect with our campus. And in order for that to happen, it's the learning that happens in the classroom, but it's also the support and what happens outside of the classroom.
Mm-hmm.
And what happens outside of the classroom for You Belong Here is that engagement, our student life. And so we have to build a campus that allows our students to feel engaged both inside and outside. And so we will be working with our partners to have a robust student life component of this campus.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. And before you leave, Councilmember Prieto, go ahead. Don't leave yet.
Don't forget me.
Yeah, don't forget. I won't.
It looks like we're missing kind of like a bike station right there at the end, closer to the Greenway. I actually live pretty close to the Greenway, and I was really surprised how much my mental health and physical health improved just by riding a bike down the Greenway. You get out, and so something to consider for FRCC to just, it's non-traditional students, many folks with children, and as they're waiting, you know, how cool would it be for them to be able to stroll down the Greenway between courses or just to get some fresh air. But actually, I just wanted to make a comment. I didn't really have much to say tonight. I'm excited about the next phase in design. I'm excited to see what's going to come back after the city and our private developer and FRCC gets together. But what I do want to say is this is really going to set the tone, and I guess for future development in this area. And we can anticipate a lot more development in this area, even stretching east. And so I just really want to encourage the city and FRCC and our private developer to go big, because the rest is gonna match it. It's if you have something else coming in after FRCC and it's a state-of-the-arts facility and it's beautiful, they're gonna have to match that, you know. And so I just wanted to say, you know, as you folks are starting to design this facility, you know, just know that it's setting the tone for future development in this area, and this is really an opportunity for us to do something big. But yeah, that's all I had to say. Thank you so much for your presentation, and I look forward to seeing you guys again soon.
Do you have another? Yes. Go ahead, Councilmember Kalkofer.
Thank you, Mayor. Is this the only opportunity that we and the public have input for the design, or is there going to be other opportunities for us and the public to have our input and their input on to what the campus may or may not look like?
This is probably one because of how we're moving. I think this is where we're at right now on this. I think based on the time pressures on this right now, that's a significant challenge if we elongate it, because they have a very specific window in terms of when they need to move into that process. And so for the campus, we're really leaning into Front Range because ultimately they're the ones that are going to be owning it. And so we're really taking the lead from Front Range in the design on this one. So time's an issue on this. The other component on this is we're trying to go as big as we can where we can afford to pay it.
Yeah.
Because
Yes,
that's the city manager now coming out is this is going to be a really expensive project. And so we're watching the pro forma pretty close right now as well, because we're looking at what the tax increment financing is going to generate. And, you know, you could quickly take this into something that's not doable based on cost. And so we're trying to manage the cost component too.
Sure. Just, there was four of us that already said there's a lot of surface parking. So just keep that in mind when you're doing the designs, please.
Yeah, so on the surface parking piece, so we've done a few things. Like I said, they've been counting their cars that go to Front Range now. And why I think they created opportunities for redevelopment in this is because you're also changing the transportation patterns of a campus, of students that go to this campus as well. And so the thing that none of us want is to build it and have a quagmire at this location because there's not enough parking. But we also want to ensure that we can redevelop it and repurpose the parking in the future. And like I said earlier, I think the thing that we're trying to figure out is what is really going to be the take rate in terms of the multimodal facility. So when we ran Placer and started evaluating this, it's interesting in that when we look at the traffic pattern coming into Front Range as it exists today, it actually goes down south of Broomfield and all the way to Fort Collins. And a lot of it is car-based today based on their location. So we're also looking at that data set as well to try to figure out how we can move through it. But yeah, we want less parking in here, so that we're pretty clear on that. Can you do it on day one? I think that's the question that everyone's trying to resolve.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate you all coming and our continued partnership. This is really exciting. I think about the STEAM corridor. So when I first got on council, there was a lot of discussion around First and Main, the STEAM corridor. I'm like, how what are you going to do there? I mean, it just seemed so almost like a fantasy. And then to now start seeing all these components come to play is very exciting. No participation from the audience at this time. So, and so to see how it comes, and knowing that it's not just one player, that it really comes from several partners to work together to make this happen. We do have 3 teachers who are on council, so education is something that we really value. Just your partnership with St. Vrain Valley Schools. My son has participated in the concurrent enrollment. So seeing how there's this connection for our youth and opportunities that are built, and I feel like this moving forward with this will really enhance those opportunities and extend opportunities for our kids who typically would not go to 4-year university. So this is something I'm really excited about. And I do want to mention, and I know we on council, we get very caught up on the concept plans. So back in my former life, I used to do renderings and concept plans for my dad, who was an architect. So just really like, okay, this is what we're conceptualizing. Okay, now this is what you have to work with. Now, just come up with something. And, with the boxes and the 3D images, but how it evolves so much. Mm-hmm. So something that we would see, of course, with everybody's input, what we see then would look a little different than what we're seeing right here. But
correct. Yeah.
So that I want to kind of remind people of that as well. So audience, if you're looking at this and it was like, no, I don't like that, or it's not when I've done concept plans and then I've come back to do the rendering, it's totally different. So just keep that in mind. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. And we are now on to public invited to be heard. And I do have 10 names on the list, and I do want to remind folks who are on the speaking list, if your item of what you're going to be talking about is on second reading, or ordinances on second reading, please reserve your comments till that time of the meeting. This is just for general. You can talk about ordinances, the consent agenda, general business items, or anything else that you are wanting to bring to our attention. So the first name on the list is Claudia Rabe. Robbie. Oh, okay. Oh, thanks.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I am HOPE's volunteer coordinator, and I'm speaking tonight on behalf of HOPE and our interim executive director, Joy Knox, who is here this evening. Because Joy is not a Longmont resident, I'm going to speak. I'll be providing the update on behalf of the organization. I wanted to share a few highlights from the work happening at HOPE this year. As of May 31st, we've provided 3,152 shelter stays. We've operated 2 emergency shelter nights during May's cold weather and helped 28 individuals move into housing. We are currently on pace to house about 5 people every month. Even more importantly, people are staying housed. Since January 2024, our housing retention rate has been 92%. One of the biggest signs of progress this year is that for the first time since 2021, HOPE clients were able to access rapid rehousing assistance through MDHI. This was not HOPE-specific funding. It was available across all of Boulder County. There were only 10 slots available countywide, and 5 of those 10 slots went to HOPE navigation clients. That's a big deal. It shows that our clients were ready, our navigation team had documentation and applications in place, and when a limited housing resource became available, Longmont residents were able to access it. That readiness does not happen by accident. Our navigation team works alongside clients to secure employment, gather vital documents, complete housing applications, understand program requirements, and prepare for long-term stability. We focus on finding the right housing solution, not just the fastest one. We're also working to strengthen partnerships throughout the community, including Recovery Cafe, All Roads, Community Food Share, Round Pantry, Boulder County Workforce, and many others. We're especially proud of our partnership with Longmont Public Safety through the LEAD program. Together, we're helping connect some of our community's most vulnerable residents to services, housing, and support before crises escalate. Hope was recently recognized in the 2025 State of Homelessness Report for this collaborative work. Organizationally, Hope is also building momentum. We recently received a $50,000 general operating grant from the Denver Foundation, welcomed 3 new board members, and are currently in the middle of our permanent executive director search. These are important steps as we strengthen Hope's long-term sustainability and impact. And thanks to volunteers, our outreach center has received a fresh coat of paint, a renovated bathroom, and a new kitchen sink. It may sound simple, but clients tell us the space feels calmer, more welcoming, and more dignified. Our staff feels it too. At Hope, we believe homelessness is solved through relationships, trust, and the right support at the right time. Every day we see people move from crises to stability. Thank you for your time and your partnership. We
Thank
appreciate
you.
your support.
Appreciate the update, too. Diana Chavez.
Good evening. My name is Diana Chavez. I live on Princess Drive. And I wanted to mention a couple of things tonight. One of them is the flock cameras and data storage. And my biggest concern with that, I do feel like it's a violation of our privacy and our right to travel and move around and live our lives without being surveilled in everything that we do. But I do know from my research that that data is shared. It is not kept here in our community. It is shared across jurisdictions and even potentially across the country. I personally don't see any reason for that. And as a person who lives a pretty private life, I really don't enjoy the fact that my data is shared potentially across the country, that different jurisdictions and police stations can do random searches and find information. And I just think that that is really inappropriate. I'm sure that probably by now all of you are aware of the fact that there is a lawsuit in Boulder because of the flock cameras. It has been brought against the city of Boulder. So I think that we do need to be aware of that as well and how it's being used in our community. And let's see. Yes, the privacy concerns, civil liberties. It continuously records movements without a warrant, probable cause, or even reasonable suspicion. Your driving history is rarely confined to the town or city where the camera is installed. It is typically shared with thousands of other agencies nationwide. So once the data is out of your community, it is out of our control. And I think that we really need to take a closer look at this and reevaluate how we're handling this data and stuff. And, I guess I'm for security cameras, because if it was my daughter or my granddaughter or something and something happened, definitely a security camera. I am opposed to this surveillance and the way the data is not being kept close to home, so to speak. And I'm out of time. So thank you.
Thank you. Sherry Malloy.
Good evening, Sherry Malloy, 1632 Sherman Way. As you know, I'm a member of Longmont Friends of Open Space. Our organization was established in 2014 following the flood to protect St. Frank Creek and other riparian zones. Since then, we have broadened our efforts to promote the preservation of all our open space areas. Thank you for unanimously voting to direct staff to develop three open space protections on April 7th. Due to the necessary timelines associated with ballot measures, tonight you will discuss referring about a measure allowing voters to consider adding the words open space to our city charter section 13.2, which addresses the sale or conveyance of city parks and water rights. Both require voter backing for any proposed changes in their utilization. Thank you for extending the same degree of respect to open space as is given to parks and water. You've got our 8 compelling reasons why we believe this should be supported. These include: it enables voters to decide on potential future initiatives related to our open spaces, thereby conserving considerable amounts of time and energy for both staff and council. It reduces the pressure related to contentious public land use decisions faced by council and staff. The soon-to-be updated open space master plan will be enhanced if this ballot measure is advanced and gains voter approval. There is not only no fiscal impact, there is also no comparable city ballot competition. Both ranked choice voting and a public safety tax are significantly more complex issues. Indeed, this fall's ballot is expected to be complicated with lots of measures. It is refreshing for voters to encounter a ballot issue that is clear, easily understandable, and can be implemented without any associated tax or staff resources. I wish to highlight that allowing voters to decide on future proposals concerning open space would not obstruct city councils from introducing innovative concepts. Instead, it empowers voters to make these decisions, thus relieving pressure on the city manager, staff, and especially council. So why now? Momentum. Longmont residents highly value our open space, a sentiment that is consistently demonstrated in the city's satisfaction surveys. In 2024, nearly 75% voted to tax ourselves in perpetuity. Last summer, council repeatedly heard this sentiment concerning the proposed distal land exchange. Additionally, throughout the council campaign last fall, candidates were asked about their positions on allowing voters to determine future proposal uses of open space. In conclusion, the inclusion of open space in our city charter provides the same classification and voter consideration as is required for parks and water. All 3 of these precious assets merit equal voter endorsement for any suggested alterations in use. Thank you.
Thank you. Jamie Simo.
Jamie Simo, 517 Independence Drive. Mayor Hidalgo, Faring, and council members, I am here tonight to speak on item 12B. I thought it was 6B. Specifically, I am asking council to direct staff to prepare a ballot ordinance for consideration that would place a charter amendment question on the November 2026 ballot and identify a preferred ordinance reading schedule, which is marked as option 1 in your packet. Such language would amend section 13.2 of the Longmont City Charter to add the words open space properties to the list of lands owned and used by the city that would require a yes vote by a majority of voters in order to be sold or conveyed. Chapter 14.52 of the Municipal Code outlines 6 criteria or goals, and open space must meet at least one of these to be designated as open space. Because of this, it is already a high bar to designate a property as open space. In addition, voters overwhelmingly voted in 2024 to extend the city's open space sales tax to fund open space. Open space has a dedicated purpose, and residents respect and appreciate our open space. Giving voters the ability to decide whether open space should be sold if it is no longer needed or fulfilling its purpose makes as much sense as requiring the disposal of water rights or parklands, which are already listed in section 13.2 of the charter, be put to a vote. This charter amendment is a no-brainer, and as it does not carry any fiscal burden, should be moved forward to the November ballot. There is no need for further discussion. As an aside, for the design of the new FRCC campus, I'd ask that you please design your buildings to have bird-friendly glass to prevent bird strikes. I know that the design is preliminary, but yeah, that's a lot of glass. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Strider.
Thank you. I'm Strider Benston, 951 17th Ave. A couple of things. One, I see the planning for this development it's very similar to what we were discussing 20 years ago in this room about getting a railroad station at First and Main and different designs from colleges and classes and stuff, and it looks like something is really happening. At least we don't have the dead turkeys anymore. Yeah. So anyway, a couple of things. A couple of weeks ago, Senator Mark Kelly, who's the astronaut, he and 5 other U.S. congressmen quoted the Code of Military Justice publicly, and was told by President Trump that they should be hung for that. And that's kind of what we're dealing with now. And he spoke about 3 weeks ago and said the current corruption from the president down is, if you put all of the corrupt in every president in our history and multiply it by 1,000, that's about what we're having right now. And I was thinking he went a little too far, but I think he knew what was coming up the next few days with this Weaponization Act and giving $1.776 billion to his insurrection friends. And that's really what's going on. On the civil rights movement, I was in the Bloody Sunday in Selma where we won the right to vote, and now we're losing it. And in this book, Mississippi Reckoning, written by a friend of mine, he quotes an old gospel song, "Can't no one know at sunrise how this day is going to end." And at the end of the Constitutional Convention in September of 1787, a lady asked Dr. Franklin, "What kind of a country do we have?" And he said, "A republic, if we can keep it. Let's keep it." Thank you.
Thank you. Next name on the list, K. I can't make out the letter. It's either a B or an E. Stenhouse. So residents in Stenhouse.
That's going? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm Kaylee.
Kaylee.
Thanks, yeah. So I'm coming here today to actually tell you about a podcast my sister and I have started. Some of you I've connected with already, but it's called Longmont City Council Recap. We watch or attend meetings and then try to recap them in as fun of an educational way as we can. Right now they're about 30 minutes. We're hoping to get them a little bit shorter. I just want to make you aware, we would love to have your feedback, have you as listeners. Eventually, if we can expand, that would be great. But like you guys, we're working people. Right now it's a team of 3 local Longmont residents. We're adding a 4th now. So just to put that on in your awareness for the community as well. It's available for free, and you don't need to make an account. It's available on Substack, and there's a weekly newsletter that will go out if you subscribe. It's totally free. You can also connect with us on Instagram, and if you look up Longmont City Council Recap, you can find us there, or it's LCCR, so you can find us that way as well. We're trying to grow. We just sort of made this public, but we've been doing practice episodes and researching, learning about city council, realizing how little we knew, and trying to go from there. So also whatever experience or insights people have, if you hear something we said wrong, we would love to know that. If there is something we're misunderstanding in the system, those are all things that we are learning as we go. So let me just check my notes, see if I'm forgetting anything. There is an episode where we talk about what we think each of your superpowers are. So if you would like to check that out, I would recommend it. I guess I'll use my last time to just say thank you to council and city staff. I had no idea all of the work that you were doing, how late you were staying up, how long you were using your brain each day to make this city awesome. So thank you. Please check us out if you can.
Great, thank you. And I just learned that my superpower is something to do with time. Is that true? Okay, then you clearly do not know me. My husband says I'll be late to my own funeral, so. But good. Keeping the time. Okay. Next name on the list, Lance Whitaker.
That's what all of us are. All right. Just like you, I've got a lot on my agenda today, too. So this ain't going to be a simple one. First, my name's Lance Whitaker, 1750 Collier Street. Been a resident for 40s. Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
Microphone's too low. In the back of Longmont Magazine, Times Call Magazine, way in the back, there's the 4th annual Wish Ride, which holds a special place in my heart because it gives children their wishes when they're in dire need. And we will be kicking off the 4th annual Wish Ride at 8 o'clock at the Moose Lodge. We have registration between 8 and 10. We also have breakfast at between 8 and 10. The blessing of the bikes will be at 9 a.m. You can find me at both the Burnout Grill, which is the 2nd stop, and the 4th stop, which is Jerry D's, both outside of Longmont. But again, please join us for the Wish Ride on June 13th. Get your registration in early, and this way you can have some breakfast. Today, everybody's waiting for this one. Today is National Donald Duck Day. So anybody who likes Donald Duck can cheer on that one. It is also National Earl Day. So anybody who's got the name of Earl could please stand up. That's what I thought. Nobody's standing. It is also Strawberry Rhubarb Pie Day, National Forklift Safety Day, and National Call Your Doctor Day. So if you get ran over by a forklift, make sure you call your doctor. Today's is Les Paul, John Depp, and Sean McCoy's birthdays today. So everyone give Sean McCoy a little hands out there. Today in 1862, a bill was passed to abolish slavery. President Abraham Lincoln signed it on the 19th. So remember June 19th. Thank you and have a good day.
Great, thank you. Kirk Slow?
Yes.
Oh, okay, perfect.
All right, I'm going to take a page out of the Supreme Court's book, and we're going to do a little bit of what if before I get to my point. So what if I were, any one of you, I were to follow you around town, establish where you are at any time of the day? After all, conducting surveillance isn't against the law. I'm not engaging, I'm on the public right away. If you've got nothing to hide, what are you worried about? Then I go a step further and I create a website and start publishing the data. Of course, nothing is free, so I charge a small fee. Then I step it up and I extend this to people in other states. Now, I do have rules. I only track in public, no peeping in windows, no engagement. If the content isn't adhered to, it's discarded. Should I, as a regular citizen, be able to own this information and do as I please? I assume that all of you are going to have some umbrage, and your favorite people in blue are going to be on me like white on rice, not to mention the lawyers et al. But a company like Axon can and does. If I remember correctly, the Supreme Court ruled a while back that companies are people too. So what's the difference between them and me, other than the depth of our respective pockets? Using technology to do something similar in the hands of police is okay. Why is surveillance okay? Because police says they want to keep the kids safe. Doesn't matter what guardrails are in place, it is still surveillance. Companies and police are filled with people who will break those guardrails, especially when money, ego, love, human nature, right? Now, if you have a problem with me doing this, as mentioned before, okay, I got time. The data that's collected is the property of the company doing surveillance, which the city doesn't have control over. That data is sold and is accessible to any agency, including those whose only goal is to hurt people, especially in this day and age. Thus, your aim of giving police whatever they seem to want without questions asked will affect real people, and there will be consequences. Down the road, will you be able to look those people who've been harmed in the eye and say, I'm proud of my contribution to the surveillance apparatus? To be continued.
Thank you. Matthew Wellborn?
Hello, I'm Matthew Wellborn. I am at the South Main Apartments at 485 2nd Avenue. I had a few thoughts from the packet. Please let me know if I address anything that I'm not supposed to. The first thing that I wanted to talk about actually was a selfish thing. I crossed the street to get here, walking on Emory and 3rd, and there's no like stop sign or walking or, well, I think there might be, maybe there's not even a crosswalk actually. So it'd be nice for my own safety to have something there, since otherwise I have to walk to one at the lights. Oh, I was really excited about the Front Range Community College. I think that's a really cool opportunity. Likewise, I was cognizant of the sort of parking elements and things like that. But I think that there's a lot of thoughtfulness around the expansion. I think some green space would also be nice in regards to like student life and things like that. And then also I know that I was really appreciative of the comment about different students and just different people that might need different services from the college. And I think in light of say parents who are getting say a certificate, I know like some area room or whatever for parental care would be really nice, and just other services like that. So I want to be mindful that the space has amenities like that for maybe the non-traditional students that I think the college is trying to emphasize, which I appreciate. I support the museum expansion, even though I know nothing about it, but I think museums are really great, so I support that, I think, unless I hear something otherwise. I don't know if the model traffic code, is that something I can talk about?
So the traffic code, I think it's on consent. So that one, yeah.
Okay. The only thing that I thought about that, I did like the EV parking situation, because that seems to be an issue, especially with having a limited number of EV stations. But then the increased fines, I know that there's some alignment around other municipal fines, and I just am having no idea about them other than they would be increasing. That's my main concern. Yeah, so I'll see you later.
Sure. Yep. Thank you. Okay. Meg Thornbury.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm Meg Thornberry. I live at the Fox Ridge Apartments. And I had a couple different things that I wanted to talk on tonight. But first, I just want to say it's so exciting to see so many people here who are learning about City Council and about how everything is working. And it is just so delightful to be involved with this surge of democracy. Everybody's finally oh my God, we have to do things. Democracy is not a spectator sport. I have to actually do the thing, and that we can control the local level. So super excited to to see everybody get so, active here. Sort of as an extension of that, we are still doing Visible Government League socials. That is every second and fourth Monday at St. Vrain's Cidery from 7 to 9. And we are sort of collaborating specifically around the surveillance technology side of things, but also other emerging technologies and other sort of anything that will be needed to protect our communities. So we're fairly broad. So come join us. And you can also go to our website, visiblegovernmentleague.org, or read the wonderful article that London just published. So we have that too. I thank you so much for letting me speak. I just wanted to say that if we could have an online sign-up option, that would be awesome. I know I'm usually able to get here by 7:15 or 7:30, but then I can't sign up to speak. So if there's an option for that, I've been trying to text people like, hey, can you throw me on the list last or whatever it is? So anyway, if there's a way to potentially accommodate that, I know that there's other people too who would like to speak but can't get here until after council starts. So if that's a possibility, that would be awesome. One thing that I would like to hear from council is your official stance on some of the Republican governor candidates in Colorado, because they are fairly out there. I'll let you guys watch the John Oliver bit about them to get more coverage on that. But I would love to see council take a position, because I think if we have people who want to lynch our governor who are running openly, if we have people who will not admit how many people they have killed, that seems like a stance that I would like city council to take, because like we need to set the bar somewhere, and this seems like a great place to set the bar. So yes, we'd just love to see that. And I will be back up here more to talk about data centers. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Seeing no one else on the list, I will now close public invited to be heard. And we are now on to item 9. Consent agenda and introduction by reading and reading by title of first reading ordinances. Dawn, can you please read the consent agenda for the record?
Absolutely, Mayor. The second reading and public hearing for all ordinances introduced on this consent agenda will be held on June 23rd, 2026. Item 9A is ordinance 2026-37, a bill for an ordinance making additional appropriations for expenses and liabilities of the city of Longmont for the fiscal year beginning January 1st, 2026. 9B is ordinance 2026-38, a bill for an ordinance amending titles 6, 9, 13, 15, and 20 of the Longmont Municipal Code to abolish the Board of Adjustment and Appeals. Item 9C is ordinance 2026-39, a bill for an ordinance repealing and reenacting Chapter 11.04 of the Longmont Municipal Code regarding the Model Traffic Code, adopting the 2024 edition of the Model Traffic Code for Colorado by reference, amending Title 11 concerning traffic violations, amending Chapter 11.12 concerning authority to issue tow orders, and amending Chapter 11.16 concerning parking violations and fines. Item 9D is ordinance 2026-40, a bill for an ordinance to enact by reference the amended City of Longmont Public Improvement Design Standards and Construction Specifications, Section 400, Section 500, Section 600, and appendices. Item 9E is Resolution 2026-31, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the tax increment revenue agreement with the Longmont Urban Renewal Authority concerning the First and Main Urban Renewal Plan. 9F is Resolution 2026-32, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the intergovernmental agreement between the city and Boulder County for 2026 Affordable Housing Grant Program funding for the 180 Emery project. 9G is Resolution 2026-33, a resolution of the City of Longmont, Colorado, amending and affirming Resolution R 2025-33 related to the assignment of the city's private activity bond allocation for 2025 to the Longmont Housing Authority, providing other details in connection therewith, and providing an effective date. Item H is the Innovative Urban Downtown Campus and Transit Hub at First and Main Phase 2 agreements. H1 is Resolution 2026-34, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the intergovernmental agreement between the city and the state of Colorado on behalf of Front Range Community College for pre-development work for an urban campus in downtown Longmont. 9H2 is Ordinance 2026-41, a bill for an ordinance making additional appropriations for expenses and liabilities of the City of Longmont for the fiscal year beginning January 1st, 2026. And 9H3 is ordinance 2026-42, a bill for an ordinance approving a Phase 2 development agreement with Vertical Richmark LLC to develop and construct a mixed-use development.
Okay, and I have on my list here that staff is wanting to pull 9C, D, and E. Is that still correct?
Mayor, I don't know that staff wants to pull those. We have presentations if council has questions. Harold, I'm not aware that we're pulling those. Yeah, we're just
can you
prepared
put
if
on
there
your-
are questions.
Okay, it's
Not
prepared.
necessarily pulled, sorry.
Okay, sorry. Okay. And so are there any items wanting to be pulled? Keeping in mind on our norms that our ordinances will come back to second reading, so only pull if you are wanting to amend or oppose. Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you. In honor of Mayor Pro Tem's birthday, I wanted to pull 9E.
So, okay, that is a resolution, so I'll permit it. Okay, so do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda minus item E?
So moved.
Okay, so Mayor Pro Tem McCoy has moved the consent agenda, seconded by Councilmember Popkin. Let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries unanimously. We are now on to ordinances on second reading and public hearings on any matter. Item A, adoption of the 2024 International Code Council Family of Building Codes, including regional cohort and state of Colorado amendments to the International Energy Conservation Code. Do we have anyone from staff presenting on this, or?
Mayor, I was just going to chime in. We don't have a presentation, but I did want to note that staff thought you could do one public hearing for all A through 11. A1 through A11, one public
Okay.
hearing.
Okay, yes.
Take that all as one public hearing on all of those different building codes.
Okay.
And then we will vote, of course, individually, but
Okay.
just wanted to say
So
that.
are there any questions? Oh, that would be great. So on items A1 through A11, are there any questions from council? I'm going to lump all those together. Okay. Seeing none, I will now open the public hearing on all 2024 International Code Council Family of Building Codes, including regional cohort and state of Colorado amendments to the International Energy Conservation Code. And looking at, I see two people for item, oh, that's for 10B, never mind. Okay, so is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak to this? Okay. Oh, come on down, yeah.
Hello, Matt Wellborn, 485 2nd Avenue. I think for the ICC, these are the codes that I think staff started working on in 2019, and then we revisited them in 20.
Yeah, we have
22.
a staff person who can.
Okay, perfect.
Is that
It's
true?
not really a
Yes,
question.
no? Yeah.
Or
Yes?
Hi, I'm Matt Payette, Chief Building Official. So the ICC updates their building codes every 3 years. So there was a 2019, and then there was a 2021, and now we're talking about adopting the 2024 codes.
Okay. I attended one of the meetings about the codes. It's kind of interesting, actually. But my little thought, I guess, on this one was, since it was I think 2007 was the last time before the current that.
Okay. So, wait, yeah, and you know what? I'm wondering if you have particular questions, if you wanted to direct them to staff for follow-up, or would that be
Oh
helpful?
no, they're for city council.
For city council?
yeah,
Okay,
my-
okay, so
yeah, yeah.
considerations for us?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay,
just the
and then I'll let you
consideration.
speak to that. And yes?
I'm here for both. I'm Marie Nicholson Hutt, Fire Inspector along Longmont Fire. He was part of our public engagement for the standards that you guys just put for on consent.
On
So
consent, so this is
a-
separate. This is something different.
This is different.
Yes. Yeah.
Which one is this?
This is our building, yeah, so there is the, this is our building codes.
So the standards that you were talking about, those will be open for public hearing on the 23rd.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Cool.
so
Well,
never mind, okay.
Cool. Cool. Yeah, yeah. I'll
So-
come back for that.
Uh-huh, very good, thank you. And you were able to give them your card as well. Okay, so is there anyone who would like to speak on this item? Okay, seeing none, I will now close public hearing. And now, do you want us to vote on these individually? Okay.
Yes, Mayor, thank you.
Okay, and now we will go ahead. So I've closed the public hearing. Let's go ahead and start with ordinance 2026-22. Do I have a motion? Okay. Okay, so we have, a motion to accept ordinance 2026-22, moved by Mayor Pro Tem McCoy, seconded by Councilmember Christ. Okay. Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to note, for those who are joining us tonight in the public and maybe haven't paid attention to the journey of the ordinances here, updating our codes. First, thank you to staff for the extensive work and regional coordination that's gone into this. This has been multiple years in the works here to get to this point. I've seen this multiple times at council, including some drafts coming back in the fall, I believe. It's the fall or summer? Blends together at this point. And we had some discussion around this 2 weeks ago as well on first reading. So I just want to note, like, as we work through these pretty quickly, that's where we are in the process. Really want to just again thank staff and everyone who's been part of the regional coalition or the coordination there on the building code updates and the construction code updates and all of the various number code updates that we're working through today. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries unanimously. We are now on to item A.2, ordinance 2026-23. Do I have a motion? So moved. And it's been, motion has been made by Councilmember Christ and seconded by Councilmember Marcin. Seeing no one in the queue, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries unanimously. We are now on to item A3, ordinance 2026-24. Do I have a motion? So the motion has been made by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember Christ. Seeing no one in the queue, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, that carries unanimously. We are now on to item A4, ordinance 2026-25. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Okay. So the motion has been made by Councilmember McCoy, seconded by, I heard a voice way over there, Councilmember Kalkofer. Seeing no one in the queue, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries unanimously. Item A5, ordinance 2026-26. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
So the motion has been made by Councilmember Marcin, seconded by Councilmember Kalkofer. Seeing no one in the queue, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, now we're on to item A6, ordinance 2026-27. Do I have a motion? The motion has been made by Councilmember Kalkofer, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem McCoy. Seeing no one in the queue, let's go ahead and vote. Okay. And that carries unanimously. We are now on to item A7, ordinance 2026-28. Do I have a motion? So I'll move it. And so it's been moved by me and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem McCoy. Seeing no one in the queue, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, that carries unanimously. We are now on to item 8A8, ordinance 2026-29. Do I have a motion? Okay, that has been made by Councilmember Kalkofer, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem McCoy. Seeing no one in the queue, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, that carries unanimously. We are now on to item A9, ordinance 2026-30. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Okay, so the motion has been made by Mayor Pro Tem McCoy, seconded by Councilmember Christ. Seeing no one in the queue, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, that carries unanimously. We are now on to item A10, ordinance 2026-31. Can I have a motion? I'll move it. So I've moved ordinance 2026-31, and it's been seconded by Mayor Pro Tem McCoy. See no one in the queue. Let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and we are now on to item A11, ordinance 2026-32. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
Okay, so the motion has been made by Mayor Pro Tem McCoy, seconded by Councilmember Marcin. Seeing no one in the queue, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries unanimously. We are now on to item B, ordinance 2026-34, a bill for an ordinance amending Title 15 of the Longmont Municipal Code concerning hyperscale data centers, and it has been amended after the first reading. So I see Kristen Coate, Senior Planner. Will she be presenting on this? No? Okay. So do we have any questions? Oh, and I turned you off. Can you put... Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to, before we get to the public hearing and have more discussion potentially on this, one, I want to acknowledge we've already had some discussion on this topic, and so I don't intend to go into too much depth on the topic, other than to speak to a few pieces of this. But before we get into the public hearing, I did want to give a preview to 3 amendments that are mostly aimed at further clarification and refinement, but just so that my fellow council members have a moment to digest that, as well as the members of the public who might be speaking. I won't read the exact text, but I will share the intention of those amendments now, and then I'll introduce the amendments after we have the public hearing. Mayor, does that work for you on the process?
Yes, that is fine. Does Don have the language as well?
Correct.
Perfect, okay.
Yep. So the amendments are all aimed at clarity, refinement, and actually a correction on an error that I made in some of the language in the first motion last time. So where did that go? Here we go. So the stated intent of my prior amendment 2 weeks ago was to decline. 2 weeks ago? Yes, 2 weeks ago was to define hyperscale facilities as any facility at or greater than 5% of Platte River Power Authority's nameplate capacity, or 100 megawatts, whichever is lower. That is still my intent. But due to my own error in some of the language that got passed along that I wrote, the previous amendment didn't do that clearly. I appreciate Councilmember Marsing and Sustainability Advisory Board member Augreen for bringing a few definitional clarifications to my attention. So in that spirit, the first amendment I intend to introduce will be actually replacing language of no greater than with equal to or greater than. There was a little bit of a double negative ish kind of situation that happened, so I certainly intend to go with defining those as any facility greater than, or equal to or greater than that 5% threshold, or 100 megawatts, whichever is lower. The second amendment I intend to make is to also simplify the Councilmember Marsing's amendment that he made last time, which said meet or exceed 100 megawatts of projected peak electrical capacity. I agree with the spirit of that, but with the 2 different definitions that we have, just wanted to make that meet or exceed the threshold established in this subsection. So basically reference the definition I just read that we're clarifying. I'll again reiterate that when we get to it, but I just wanted to make sure that's going to be very much tied to the equal to or greater than 100 megawatts, equal to or greater than the 5% of PRPA nameplate capacity, or 100 megawatts, whichever is greater. And then my third one is to add a little bit more clarity to how the city is going to determine aggregated coordinated data center operations, which again is building off an amendment that Councilmember Marsing brought last time, which I supported, and specifically name a few factors that the city may consider in its process of determining phased load expansion and aggregated and coordinated operations. So that's the spirit of the 3. I'll introduce the exact text when we come back after the public hearing to this part, but I just wanted to let people know, both in the public, if you were going to speak to any of that, and to my fellow council members. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Are there any questions from council? Councilmember Marsing.
Thank you, Mayor. Question for staff, actually related to Councilmember Popkins' proposed amendments that we'll hear shortly. Just confirming that, just because I'm new to the process, when we add amendments on seconds, that we're comfortable moving forward and not needing to bring it back for a third reading, for example, unless council directs as such. Am I Just so I'm understanding correctly, which is my preference. I just wanted to make sure that was the standard.
Yes, go ahead.
Mayor, members of council, Tim Hole, Assistant City Attorney. That's your preference issue. Oftentimes you can create confusion if you are kind of throwing around amendments and we don't actually know what we're voting on. In this case, I think a lot of these amendments have been written ahead of time and submitted ahead of time. And so as long as you know what you're voting on and the public can know what you're voting on, then you can go ahead and do that, but it's council's preference.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, might I add one
Yes.
detail? I would just also add, when an ordinance is amended on second reading, we publish in full again.
Yes.
So we publish in full the first time. When it's amended on second reading, it's republished in full for the public's benefit.
Okay. And then just for, I'm trying to remember, we don't need another public hearing, though. Yeah, okay. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure. Councilmember Christ.
Thank you, Mayor. Now, I've received some feedback on this topic, especially after London Lyle's article in the Times Call. First, I would just want to talk about a few misunderstandings, I guess, about water usage for businesses that do business in Longmont. Our water code already has guardrails considering the amount of Longmont water that a business can use. And it may surprise some that other businesses in town, like Longmont Foods, the turkey plant, which is down around that Steam area, used 1 million gallons of water a day. The code right now states that a business may use up to 3 million gallons a day per acre. Anything over that amount, the business must bring their own water resources to cover the deficit. And that's just water standards. Now, about electricity, I understand that Longmont is required to buy electricity from PRPA, and therefore PRPA must have the capacity to provide large electric loads, and LPC the infrastructure to be able to accommodate delivering that load. So 100 plus megawatts may not be possible at this time, but there is that existing guardrail, and that capacity could be available in the future. Just like we treat citizens equitably, it's important that we treat all businesses equitably. And banning hyperscale data centers without reviewing their requirements and where they fit in our existing guardrails has the appearance of discriminating before we even know what their business is. So if the required electric load or water demands exceed our current standards, they wouldn't be able to do business as we sit right now anyway. So I don't see the necessary reason for saying we're just not even going to consider hyperscale data centers. Okay, now, because I feel like we would be discriminating without consideration first. Now, it's also come to my attention from tech companies in Longmont that data centers produce and call information for AI, and that Longmont businesses, as well as many individuals here, are big users of AI. So they were pointing out to me that it's a little off, maybe hyperscale critical.
Do you have a question?
To be a regular user of AI, but insist that any producer of AI take their business somewhere else. All right, so we're back to the topic of what do we do about these amendments that we have. And it occurs to me that one of the reasons why we keep adding amendments and massaging them and making them more specific is back to what we had talked about last time, which is, doesn't it make more sense to pass this topic on to the technology board or to another board, sustainability for instance, to come back with more information for us before we start making specific parameters?
Is your, I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt. Is your question directed to staff or to the rest of council?
Well, to the rest of council and to those making the amendments, because I feel that we should actually table this until we have more information that is specific and makes sense on all levels.
Okay, so I'm going to reserve the time be after public hearing for people who wanted to respond and answer that. So I want to solely make this to questions. Councilmember Kalkoffer.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to Sustainability Advisory Board member Al Green for sending an email, as well as all of the other residents that reached out today. One question for staff that he brought up is enforcement. I know when we pass ordinances, the hardest thing is the enforcement aspect. If we set this, how are we going to be able to enforce that limit, and how do we make sure that they don't go over it with future creep?
Well, so I because this is a land development code issue, then I think that'll be done through our evaluation of each one of these projects coming through, and then they just won't be allowed to build it if it conflicts with this ordinance. So it's not like they have to get approval from staff to move forward with that project. And so when we go into our DRC process, we have LPC, all of our departments involved in that. And if it conflicts with the ordinance that's drafted by council, then we wouldn't move it forward. So they would not have the approval to build their project. A little different in this case because that approval comes on before they do anything versus other ordinances. Typically we're reacting to something that they're doing. Do what?
Mayor, members of council, the Title 15 has an enforcement section that would apply to this. So the existing development standards enforcement section would apply to these.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, so seeing no further questions, I'm now going to open the public hearing on ordinance 2026-34. I do have two people signed up on the list. The first one is Diana Chavez. Is that what you wanted?
I really want to be first.
Oh. The first one on the list.
I know, I was the first one. Diana Chavez, Princess Drive, Longmont. I don't know, I have been doing a lot of reading and research about these data centers, and I am really adamantly opposed to them. I just think that for whatever reason, I don't know what's behind it, that it just is like we got to do it right now, no matter what the cost, no matter what the consequences, these data centers have to be built. I personally think that we need to take a step back. And I don't know, I'm kind of gathering from the conversation that perhaps the city has been approached about somebody already or multiple people wanting to build these data centers already. Am I understanding that correctly?
We can't respond right now.
Okay.
But I will.
Okay. So
Go ahead and finish.
there's just so many downsides to these facilities. And coming off of the winter that we just had, I don't see how we can give approval to somebody wanting to use 3 million gallons of water a day. I don't see how that is sustainable in any way. I think that's the number I heard somewhere, 3 million gallons a day. That I just don't see how that's sustainable when we're building these apartments everywhere around town. I don't think they're full, but we're building apartments, which is an open invitation for more people to come into the city. And I think it's going to exacerbate the utilities and the water, and the electricity is another big factor. Massive amounts of electricity, not to mention the destruction of nature, what it does to animals, destroying farmland, all of these various things that I think we need to put on the brake and really dig in and evaluate this to make sure that it's beneficial. From what I've read and learned, I don't see the benefit. You know, I know there's a Weld County commissioner who said, well, he likes to play with AI. Does that really justify this? I don't think so. And we have access to so much data, so much information, much of it being misused, violating people's rights and privacy, that I think a big hit the brake pedal and evaluate, learn, really dig into it to figure out if this is the best way for us to move forward in our community.
So I do want to clarify for you for the public, that this ordinance, this amendment to our land code ordinance is the hyperscale data centers are prohibited in all zoning districts. So it's actually putting, and our intent was to, and Councilmember Popkin brought this forward as an intent to get ahead of, we're seeing it nationwide of hyperscale data centers coming in. So our intent was to be proactive.
And I have appreciated the conversations and my sense that we are trying to be proactive.
Yeah, so it's to prohibit
but
it.
I just am not clear if we have somebody that is already in contact with the city wanting to move ahead with construction.
Hyperscale, yeah.
So,
okay.
Okay.
No.
Is there a way that I could find that out?
You know what? I'm going to have you talk to, you want to? Oh, no, wait. I have somebody raising their hand way back there that can help you with all the
Thank you so much.
details.
And
Yes.
I'm really grateful for the proactive conversation and really trying to dig into this. So thank you.
Yeah, of course.
So what I was going to say is, it is not uncommon for us to have people approach us. We just don't have, as we were evaluating different situations and at the staff level, specifically related to the hyperscale data centers, the really large ones, there's not a clear-cut ordinance that says we're not going to do this. So we have to take them through our process and then talk to, Platte River, and eventually, we can't serve this based on different factors. So I think what this ordinance does is basically help us communicate that we're not, in terms of the hyperscale data centers, we're not going to consider those.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, so next person on the list, Matthew, Wellborn. Sorry.
Okay, Matt Wellborn, 485 2nd Avenue. Sorry, I apologize. Robert has a lot of rules. So hard to keep them all straight. But yeah, I'm trying to just keep things straight in my head and my notes. But on this one, I'm very supportive of restrictions on this. I'm kind of coming into the conversation near the end of it, but I just kind of had some general outstanding curiosity around. It seems like just from reading the ordinance that it's primarily concerned with power electric consumption, and my main thought was just wanting to make sure that, if someone was clever enough to figure out ways to not meet that power consumption threshold, that there would be potentially other concerns or things that could be considered around sustainability, such as I think the main two things that people have concerns about would be like water consumption and water pollution, and then also noise pollution is something that is a little less covered, but I know they're having some zoos have some noise pollution issues. So I don't want somebody to necessarily come in with like 99,000 or whatever the number is, like, just like one under consumption rate or, something absurd like that, and be able to circumvent some of these. So I just want, maybe these are things that have been covered. I don't know what has been covered. But if the electricity is sufficient, then I'm definitely in full support. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone, go ahead, come on down, Lance.
All right, time not to make friends. I'm actually object to this proposal. I think it puts unnecessary handcuffs on Longmont in its future. Hyperscale data centers are very important to our industry, our technical, and our schools, our internet, and your pictures on your phone. So I think this actually puts handcuffs on Longmont for future. I mean, they may come up with hyperscale data centers that don't use as much water. They may find, other cooling options. These are a lot of good paying, hard working jobs. And I think it puts, like I said, handcuffs on Longmont and its growth. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, we have 2 more people in the audience, so come on down. I'll let you all figure it out. Who's going to be first?
Rebuttal. I work in tech.
Yes.
Data centers don't hire.
Can you restate your name, please?
Kirkslow. Rebuttal. I work in tech. Data centers don't hire a lot of people. And a lot of the people that they do hire come in remotely. The physical people that need to be there to remove hard drive, do the physical stuff, it's a very small amount of people.
Can you address, so we can hear you as well in the
Yeah,
microphone?
it's a very small amount of people, maybe 10, 15 at the most, including security guards. And the people actually doing the work are remote, scattered, sometimes around the globe. So besides the tax that they're going to pay locally, employment-wise, they don't hire a lot of people. There isn't a benefit to data centers of that size. I'm not saying the data centers aren't needed, but you don't need them that big to be efficient and effective to do what, and the whole hype over AI, well, I'm waiting for the crash. It's a lot of it is hype and people are just cashing in and they're getting people to buy into the hype. AI is not as effective. So you don't need a big data center to do common business functions. You just don't.
Great, thank you.
I rest my case.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Go ahead, Meg Thornberry.
Meg Thornberry once again. Just a couple of things. I agree with what has been said previously. I appreciate making those points. The important thing that I just want to say right away is I think that this bill absolutely has to have a water component, because what we've seen in data centers and other places has been that when they cannot get enough power from the grid, they bring in turbines. They are blowing jet engines to create more energy. And it is creating, 46 times the legal amount of methane, but it's legal because each of the 46 generators only puts off one. There's so many ways around it. And so I just want to make sure that we are effectively banning everything that we don't want within this, because we do need to anticipate them finding every single workaround that we can. And also at this point, respectfully, I think water is more important than power. So I really want to prioritize that in making sure that we can do this. I also want to make sure that this has enforcement, that it has the teeth to come in retroactively. So if they're commenting and saying like, oh no, it's all closed loop, it's fine, and then they get approval and start building, and then they're like, oops, we have to make it open loop now. How can the city go in and say like, okay, you're done? So doing that. Also with the evaluation, my question is to the speed to which these, government tends to move a little on the slower side, and the corporations tend to move very quickly. So just wanting to make sure that we are able to use that in a very streamlined manner so that we can, again, stay ahead of the curve. Once again, the AI bubble, most experts are saying that we are fully, .com bubble levels with AI. So I don't think that this is actually a sustainable thing to invest in. And Diane, as a note to you, just very respectfully, and I guess not personally, but to council, I take time out of my schedule. We have people who show up out of their schedules who are, sacrificing things to be here. I have yet to see any of these businesses that you talk about here.
Please direct your comments to the chair. Yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
Yes. I would just like to see businesses represent themselves. I think that if we are treating businesses and citizens equally, then we need the businesses here to represent themselves and to speak on their own behalf. So that's what I would appreciate from council. Thank you for all of the grace as we are all learning these rules. Roberts does have a lot of rules. And then, I think that those are my main things to make sure we're considering as many aspects of what workarounds they're going to try to do. And please prioritize water.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I will close public hearing. And before we go on to, can I have a motion to, and then I think, no, actually, I want to give, go ahead, Councilmember Popkin. I'm going to have you before, and then you can make your motion. So, yeah, I forgot.
Thank you,
about
Mayor.
the
I
amendments.
will reserve my comments on the overall merits of the bill for a moment and just
Yeah.
get a few of the clarification
Yes.
wording amendments in. So hopefully we can then be looking at the full picture,
Yes.
if council will briefly indulge. So, Dawn, I believe I sent you all three. I'm going to go in order that I sent you. Yes. First motion, I would like to motion to amend section 2 of the ordinance by replacing, quote, "no greater than" with "equal to or greater than." It was a somewhat inverse double negative there. And then just for context on that, I'll read the whole sentence, but that's the only wording that's actually changing. So that would then read, this is section 2, page 3.
Is it line 9? Is that?
Yeah,
I'm trying to-
exactly.
Okay, yeah,
Yep,
line
7
so
through like
slurs,
11.
slurs. Okay,
Yeah,
thank
for
you.
purposes of this section, hyperscale data centers means a data center that has a projected peak electrical demand of equal to or greater than 5% of Platte River Power Authority's nameplate capacity, or 100 megawatts, whichever is lower, whether at initial operation or through phased load expansion. Again, the text currently says no greater than. It should be the inverse of that, just in terms of what the Spirit's intended to, equal to or greater than.
Okay. Okay, so the motion to amend that particular sentence, replacing the word "no greater than" with "equal or greater than," was made by Councilmember Popkin and seconded by Councilmember Marcin. So do we have anyone who wants to address this amendment? Councilmember Prieto, did you want to address the change or the whole thing?
I don't know.
Okay.
Can I just speak to the context of?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, just to help orient people on this. So before it said it was defining hyperscale facilities as no greater than, which was setting a ceiling. The intention was to set a floor. And so it's just making sure that we're doing what was originally intended and discussed and voted on last week or 2 weeks ago, actually. So it's just changing the no greater than portion to equal to or greater than, because we're defining the floor of these facilities, not the ceiling.
Okay. Okay. Did you want to address this motion? Councilmember Prieto.
So, given the ordinance and then the amendments and kind of some of the emails we were receiving around language and then the change in language and then some of the comments in the crowd, I just feel, I agree that there needs to be parameters set around hyperscale data centers. Yes.
Is it about this particular change or the whole thing?
Could be all, because I mean, because it is essential. Well, I think it could be both, but it's up to you. Because let me finish my thought.
Go ahead,
Okay.
because I think it almost sounds like it should be. It would really represent the whole ordinance.
Okay, then maybe I'll pause my thought.
Yes,
and then I'm
pause
gonna
it.
let
Write
you
it down
do
so you
the-
don't
okay.
forget it.
So real quick, just is it point of clarification? I don't know.
Yeah. Yes.
If we vote on the amendments, then they're amendments, and then we'll vote on the whole ordinance. Is that correct?
Yes. So every
Okay.
amendment that is passed then will be added to the main
okay.
ordinance, and then we also have to vote.
I'll
on,
hold my comments for now.
Okay. Yes. Okay, Councilmember Christ.
Thank you, Mayor. Based on some of the comments that we've heard, it seems like we're not quite ready. It seems like everybody had some add-on that they wanted to the ordinance. And so once again, I'm saying, I think we need a little more time to develop this.
And
before
so,
we
and are
come
you
forward with it.
speaking? You're
Well, this
speaking
is
about
one
the
of them,
whole-
yes, because I don't know
Yeah.
how to vote for this, because we're looking at it as a whole, but then we're taking it in pieces, and we're getting a lot of feedback that is contrary to what we're coming up with, or has greater depth, or is
So you don't
introducing
feel-
other topics that we haven't added into this ordinance. So I think it's just not ready. I think it's half-baked.
Councilmember Marsing.
Thank you, Mayor. This is exactly the intent that we discussed last week. This amendment is 2 weeks ago. Thank you. This amendment is what we would call in the legislature purely technical. This is designed to enhance the language so that it meets the intent that Councilmember Propkin brought the ordinance forward for in the first place. We've discussed it at first reading. We've engaged clearly staff on this conversation. To say this is half-baked, I think, would be false. This is a technical amendment in nature, as are the other ones. In fact, I think it's a sign of good governance that Councilmember Popkin was able to catch the kind of mistaken language that he made in introducing the amendment and make the fix now, so that we didn't wind up in a situation where it was half-baked. This is how government works. So I'm supportive of this technical amendment.
Okay. So seeing no one else in the queue for this amendment, for this motion to change no greater than with equal to or greater than in the language. Seeing no one in the queue, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries 6-1. On to the next amendment.
Thank you, Mayor. The next amendment is, again, purely technical, just to align what we just amended with the updated language. So it's a motion to amend Section 2 of the ordinance, which currently reads meet or exceeds 100 megawatts of projected peak electrical demand, with meet or exceed the threshold established in this subsection. It's just purely referencing the definition that we have.
Okay. Second. Okay, so that has the motion to change, or actually it was to add, is that correct? You're adding meet. It's amending, but to add the language meet or exceed 100 megawatts? No, that's not correct. Repeat that, please.
Thank you. The current language is meet or exceed 100 megawatts. Okay. I want to change that, Councilmember Marsing's suggestion, to meet or exceed the threshold established in this subsection.
I see
it's removing the number from that, so we refer to the definition we already have established.
Okay. So, and that motion has been made by Councilmember Popkins, seconded by Councilmember Marsing. So the current language, the new language, if passed, would say meet or exceed the threshold established in this subsection. Do we have any comments, yes, or questions? Councilmember Marsing.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, a purely technical amendment to make sure that the definitions match within the ordinance so that there's no confusion. Originally, prior to that discussion 2 weeks ago, the original conversation was a flat 100 megawatt cap. Councilmember Popkin introduced an amendment that changed that definition, but the old definition remained. This lines up the two definitions to make sure we're on the same page. So purely technical and support it.
Great. Thank you. Seeing no one else in the queue, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries unanimously. Now on to the third amendment. Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. This one actually builds on Councilmember Marsing's amendment 2 weeks ago, and it's just adding a little bit more clarification for market signal and for staff. Happy to have staff input on this, just to like how we would think about this. This relates to some of the enforcement questions we had. This motion is to amend Section 2 of the ordinance to read after page 3, line 16, quote, for the purposes of determining aggregated coordinated data center operations, which we have already established in the ordinance, the city may consider factors including but not limited to whether the facilities are operated by the same owner or end user, are on connected or adjacent land parcels, and have the same point of interconnection. I guess I made the motion.
Okay, do we have a second? Okay, so the motion, okay, so the motion has been made by Councilmember Popkin to amend, and I'm just going to read it what for the public, to amend Ordinance 2026-34, a bill for an ordinance amending Title 15 of the Longmont Municipal Code concerning hyperscale data centers, Section 2 of the ordinance, to read after page 3, line 16, for the purposes of determining aggregated coordinated data center operations. The city may consider factors including but not limited to whether the facilities are operated by the same owner or end user, are on connected or adjacent land parcels, and have same point of interconnection. Okay, and that was seconded by Councilmember Kalkofer. Do we have any questions or? Oh, I thought I had you on.
Yes, but you hadn't called on me. I didn't want to presume
no.
my place in the
You're
queue.
good, you're good.
Again, this is really, again, aimed at clarity. I guess, Harold, maybe a question for you. Before we had just added in, we didn't want a workaround to be that, someone puts 30 megawatts somewhere, 40 megawatts somewhere, and then 50 megawatts somewhere, and then they're actually getting to 120 megawatts just by strategic land use. And so my hope is that this gives some guardrails, but also gives staff flexibility in terms of how you would look at this. Can you just speak a little bit more to what that situation would be?
Yeah, I can. So when the original language had shall, what that really does is to say we can only consider those factors. When we say may, it actually gives us the ability to look more broadly than those factors to actually catch someone trying to find a way through the ordinance, which we do deal with. And so, for example, when it said shall, then you could theoretically have a situation where you have the 30, the 40, the 60. It could all theoretically be under different owners, but it's serving the same end user. And this actually, by saying may, gives us enough discretion to where we can assess that and make sure that someone's not going around the ordinance or manipulating the ordinance to do that. And since I'm talking, we talked about the front end on how we would stop it. We just wouldn't give them a permit or connect them. On the back end, it's actually pretty easy. We'll just shut their electricity off. Because, we do have the ability to do that if we see it. So that's the retroactive piece. Or even on the side with water, we could just shut their utilities off if they're violating those ordinances.
Okay.
So that's the retroactive piece.
Thank you, Harold. And just to clarify, when you refer to the original language, there wasn't actually that language in the ordinance. That was the original motion language that I'd been discussing with staff. And just so you understand the differences. The shall's in what?
Okay, thank you.
So anyway, that's mostly what I just wanted to speak to. I wanted to kind of send a market signal of the types of things we would look at there, but also not tie staff's hands on how they would look at that from the utility and land use sides of things.
May gives us enough flexibility that if we see something that's not specific and we're not limited, it lets us deal with it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sounds good to me.
And the included but not limited to.
Yes.
It's a combination of may and included but not limited to that gives us the flexibility to deal with many of the things people were bringing up.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. Just the question, section 3, line 12 still has the city shall rely on information, which is an amendment I brought last week. Would it be helpful for staff if that shall was a may in section 3, so page 3 of the ordinance, section 3, line 12, the city shall rely on information submitted by the applicant, including utility service requests? Because we're not, my understanding of Councilmember Popkins' amendment is we're not actually changing that language, we're adding additional language. So theoretically, would we have conflicting language there unless we change that to a may? To give you the flexibility you need to properly validate.
Yeah,
I understand they're two different sections.
I don't think it does
No.
because what it says is we may consider these factors in making a decision.
Okay.
And then the previous one says we shall rely on the information that they're providing us. So we would rely on that information anyway and then check it.
Awesome. Cool. Thanks.
Sounds good. Seeing no one else in the queue, let's go ahead and vote. This is the third amendment. Okay, and that carries unanimously. Now we are on to, yes, so can I have a motion to pass ordinance 2026 where am I at, 34, as amended? Okay, so the motion has been made by Councilmember Popkins, seconded by Councilmember Marcin. Councilmember Prieto.
All right. Now I can speak. I'm still getting used to all Robert's rules as well. So essentially, given the changes, I think my preference as just how I learn and understand would be I'm not sure what the direction would be, whether to table or maybe do a study session. But I would prefer to sit with this and understand it a little bit more versus kind of changing language last minute in a council session on a timed kind of. So basically kind of as a learning for me, I would want to sit with this and really understand what the language is that we changed, although I can see it, but it's kind of a quick decision that we're making. And then also just to some of the points that were made by the public, the changes that we're having to make last minute to language due to potential unintended consequences that might come forth if we hadn't. My preference would be maybe to have a study session so that whatever we put forward, we do it right. And not to say this isn't, because I think there may be some members of council who are more versed in this arena than others, but I would like more time to just have, be super confident in what I'm voting in and making sure that I'm understanding the language, because the language that I reviewed was the language that was in the packet, and now that we're changing, I would just like to make sure I know what we're doing here. And I'm not sure I feel the confidence or like the understanding of what's coming forward, how this changes, what impacts to water, utilities, and et cetera this might have. And again, it's just from like a council kind of learning preference. Everybody's different learners. I was the student that needed to do my test in the hallway and have like quiet and like really understand what it was, do some research. And so I'm kind of with Councilmember Christ here. I don't know if it would be tabling or if it would be moving it to the next council meeting or even doing a study session if my fellow council members are for it. I would like to get some feedback on that.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Kristen Prieto. I actually understand where you're coming from on this. I want to maybe address a couple points on that first, and then I'll speak to the broader intent of this. First, this does not have water implications. Yeah. This doesn't impact our water utility. What impacts our water utility is if a facility comes to us and starts using our water. So this does not change any regulations with that, so I just wanted to make sure that was clear. Secondly, where do I want to go with this? Secondly, I think there's I want to remind council that there were two motions that I brought forward at the end of April. One was to set up this guardrail as a ban at the upper bound. And the second was for us to go through a methodical process to update our standards for non-hyperscale facilities based on the definition we set forward. I actually don't think, I understand a little bit that there was maybe a little confusion with the technical language that we were just amending, but the intent of everything we discussed 2 weeks ago still holds exactly true. And I want to be crystal clear with that, pardon the pun. And so for that reason, I really hope we can set this up. And look, this industry is evolving, and we might have to update and evolve our code with it. And I'm open to that. But I think it behooves us to set guardrails initially and then modify that first. To Councilmember Christ's concerns about business impacts, the largest power user in our city right now is 7 megawatts. Just to give you a sense of scale, we're talking the minimum threshold of this at a floor as we're defining hyperscale facilities is 10x that. So I just want to, we're not talking about small businesses, we're not talking about medium businesses, we're not even talking about large businesses. And to give you a sense across the country of what's being proposed, there are the largest operating data centers right now in the US range from 350 megawatts to 750 megawatts. That's 10x what the floor we're establishing for this. The largest planned data centers in the US are in the thousands of megawatts, the gigawatt scale, 5,000, 6,000, 5,000, where is that? In Texas, 6,000, also in Texas, 6,000 in Utah, a 9,700 megawatt, 9,700 megawatts in Utah, 9,200 in Ohio, 7,000 in New Mexico. These are coming to communities, and the question is whether we want to, and there are many moratorium that are being set up too. I actually like let's set guardrails about what we're like not about at the highest levels. What's a threat to us? What is a disproportionate risk? And then let's figure out how to responsibly regulate and integrate sustainably everything below that hyperscale level. That's the approach that was proposed here. So it's a two-pronged attack. So if you don't feel like you understand everything about data centers, know that they come in very different shapes and sizes. And right now we're saying no to the largest ones with risks that we may not be able to anticipate right now. And that we can work through these questions and gladly will. On water, on noise, on lighting, on energy use intensity, on water efficiency, on all of the technologies there. So I hope that we just kind of keep that context in mind as we're moving forward on this. I proposed, tonight is actually about Longmont's future, about what we do want, including the first and main transit station, Front Range Community College, modern building codes, affordable housing, and protecting our open space. This ordinance is about what we don't want in Longmont. And so I proposed this ban on hyperscale facilities for 3 key reasons. One, data centers are on the rise and they're coming to communities across the U.S. very quickly. They're raising concerns on energy, water, and consumption, noise, land use, and more.
Yep.
I proposed this ban because I'd rather us be proactive here to set the terms and not reactive. Number 2, hyperscale data centers pose a disproportionate risk on energy, our ratepayers, water use, and other community impacts. And number 3, the Colorado State Legislature was debating this over the session and had 2 bills, one on economic incentives and one on environmental regulations, and both failed. So we don't have state guardrails at this time either. We don't have federal guardrails at this time. The Congressional Research Service set slightly industry. They recently put out something, I think it was in May, defining hyperscale facilities approximately based on industry interviews at 100 megawatts and greater. We're pretty close to that here. We have a little bit of flexibility, room to grow in that. But that's the approach that we're orienting around. I'll speak more to kind of what megawatts mean, but I wanted to just, with the time that I had left, or initially, just kind of address some of the concerns I was hearing, because I understand where you're coming from, and I just don't want us to put on the brakes necessarily just because we're trying to grapple with a couple pieces of this.
Councilmember Kolkoffer.
Thank you, Mayor. So we need to do this now, or not it's going to happen to us. And this is just putting the guardrails in place. This is not closing the door to businesses. I think this is the opposite. I'm nervous that if municipalities and states don't get ahead of this, the federal government is going to come in just like they did with the FAA, the FCC, and they're going to tell us that we're going to have to do this regardless of what we want to do. So this is our opportunity to put in the guardrails in place now to say this is where we stand when it comes to our large power users. I think we still need to have the discussion about water. This past week, I did a tour of the wastewater treatment plant, the water treatment plant, the Rawhide coal plant. I had a lot of these conversations, and we've been talking about this for, 3-4 weeks now about data centers. We've had a lot of time to look at this and research it. We have to do something now before something happens to us. So we can always modify this later with the same process that we're going through now, but I think we have to do something now or not something's going to happen. Thank you.
And before I call other folks in the queue, so I think about, and I don't know very much about hyperscale data or data centers, and I've had to learn, and I've had to learn fast. So being on the board of the Platte River Power Authority, just having these conversations with other board members and other municipalities. So we are one of 4 owners, municipal owners. So it is each city owner's obligation to be responsible in the type of how we're using our energy and making sure that we're being proactive and staying ahead of the game. I've had conversations with staff, not just here, but through Platte River Power Authority, as well as other members of the board, in looking at the language of this particular, what are the implications? This is just a start. So in my mind, this is just the beginning. Noise is something that is concerning to me, especially in looking at residents' mental health, impacts to noise, people with disabilities, on the spectrum, on the autism spectrum, how all these nuances that come from industry, how it impacts the lives of everyday people. So I view this as just a start. So it's not just because we passed this one, it's the end of discussion, but there's opportunities to engage around water usage as well as noise and other concerns that come forward that we're having to face with this fast-moving industry. I mean, it is coming at us fast, and I think we need to be ahead of the game here. So I will be supporting this. Councilmember Christ.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we generally agree that there, needs to be discussion about this, and there needs to be some decisions made. I think we're just disagreeing on how and when and how much input we get. And so there's a comfort level there. I do want to refresh everyone's memory about Kelly Sage's email. And I can forward this to you, but she said, please just read this to council. And it says, today, LEDP, that's the Longmont Economic Development Partnership, Executive Board discusses new data center ordinance. Although many business people understand the difference in hyperscale 100 megawatt plus data centers, most do not. Any notice or story containing anti-data center language can and will be misinterpreted, leading many to think Longmont has closed its doors to all data centers. This town's major business supply, this town's major businesses supply these hyperscale data centers. For example, Seagate and Micron, etc. I am hopeful that any stories written about this topic will be very clear that Longmont is indeed open to business for data centers and their supply chain. I realize that this might be a minority opinion, but I want to point out to the council as well as to the public that minority voices are very important in our city. And I heard the word business. I just want to point out that if I can't see your lips, I may not be able to hear everything that you're saying, because I do listen with my eyes. So the thing is that I was elected the same as everyone on this council. So I represent a point of view in the city. And so I bring that forward. And I should not be made to feel less than because I have a minority point of view. So I'm not sure what was said, and I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt that it was all very positive. Maybe I'll find out with the council podcast what it was. But anyway, I think what we're finding out is that we're not quite ready. And what we have always said in the past is that we don't want unintended consequences. And I just feel like we should have a better sense of being ready for this ordinance.
Thank you. And I do want to add, I was in that executive session. I'm on the executive board, so I was in part of that conversation. And really the essence of that dialogue was around making sure that we communicate, we do a good job at communicating the intent of this ordinance change, the what it means. So there's, really looking at an educational component. And then moving forward, how anything that does have potential impact to businesses, how that making sure that we are engaging with LEDP, the chamber, the Latino chamber, so for potential impacts. But I think in that meeting, we ended in a very good place and understanding of, moving forward with this, as long as we have a strong educational component so that people understand and businesses understand what are the implications of the language in this change, in this amendment. Councilmember Christ. And thank you for your perspective. I appreciate that. Sorry, Councilmember Prieto.
All right, and I just want to clarify, I am absolutely for making sure that we're putting parameters around the large data centers. Again, to Councilmember Chris' point, it's just about, I think there's a disagreement on how we get there and how much information some council members feel is appropriate versus others, and or maybe knowledge that they already have, right? I think my ask of my fellow council members would be, one, get with staff originally when you create the ordinance to make sure that all of the wording is worked out. so that way we're not having to change it on second ordinance. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Dawn, how much is it to change that? When we change it on second reading?
To publish?
Yeah, to republish.
It depends on the size, the length of the ordinance. I couldn't give you a price.
Okay, so it costs money as well. So not only does it create confusion, it costs money, and it kind of creates this weird dynamic on second reading to where maybe some council members don't feel comfortable, especially if the language is like shall and therefore and blah, blah, blah. So again, I'm going to support this tonight, but I really want to emphasize to council, like, we're all different learners. And I'm one of those learners that need time to sit with an item, to understand the language, to reread, to do my research, and changing things last minute. I just, what is not my preference. And so just being respectful of one another and our preferences there. And yeah, we can always change the ordinance later or add or take away, but I would also encourage my fellow council members as well, if it is a big topic like this, let's call a study session to begin with. I think that would be helpful, just knowing that not everybody is experts in certain areas, and so making sure that we are all on board and moving forward together with all the same understanding is going to be beneficial as well to the council, but also to the public.
Okay. No, and thank you for that. Typically, we discourage amendments on second reading because typically they come, like, most of the time it's a general session item or a study session, then it comes to consent agenda, and then it comes, so really we've seen this 3 times before. So the only reason why I supported the amendments was because of the technical change and clarifying what our intent was from the initial conversations. So if there was something on here that I felt was changing it, if we were adding, different components to it, I would not be in support of that. So this is unusual, and I hope that, we, moving forward, that we can get these, something that's substantial, not necessarily a technical change, but, or wordsmithing, but something substantial, that it be done early in the process. But, and thank you for pointing that out and sharing that. Councilmember Popkin, and this is your second time.
Yep, thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate this discussion. I also, if this was changing the intent from what we proposed, what I proposed in April and what we've discussed at first reading, if this was changing the fundamental intent or introducing a significant technical complexity, I would fully agree with kind of taking a little bit more time to work with this. I think because it, and I know maybe you haven't sat with the exact language proposed here at the same amount of time. I get that. I assure you here that is just at the refinement stage here to make sure that we're getting at the true intent there. I do want to speak to the business impacts a little bit here, because I think we're treating businesses as a monolith, and I don't think that's fair. Businesses, first of all, on LADP, we have a meeting next week. I do intend to share the distinctions and the process here that we're taking, both with this ordinance with the board and with the other ordinance in parallel that's moving much more methodically through the process. And so I do intend to share that when I share part of the council updates there, just so they can understand. We can continue to communicate in good faith there. Secondly, businesses also depend on having a resilient community. They depend on their rate structure being fair for them. They depend on having a safe environment, a healthy environment, with dependable water resources for predictability, with dependable energy, and well-run utilities. We're all in this together. And, there might be some different opinions on the exact size, but that's also why we're starting, we modified this a little bit during first reading just to bring it down a little bit based on community feedback I heard. But we're setting the threshold for hyperscale facilities with disproportionate risks to our community, and then we're going to figure out the rest. And I think that gets at a lot of the spirit and intent of what I've heard from multiple council members here and from the public. But it also gets at some of the very rapid concerns that are happening to communities across the country, often with very limited knowledge and awareness. As I've come to more deeply understand about this industry, data centers come in all shapes and sizes. They serve very different purposes. In case it's helpful, we've had smaller data centers and related energy-intensive critical infrastructure in this community for years. That is not something to be feared. That is something we know how to manage. We know how to handle those smaller and medium-sized facilities. In fact, it's possible in limited cases that even those facilities could actually enhance our grid resilience, our system reliability, our regional innovation, and our rate stability goals. So that could work for us. The goal is to make sure that this isn't a threat to us. And so we must ensure that these facilities are integrated responsibly and sustainably, if at all. That's why we have the other proposal moving forward as well, with advisory board input, with community input, to really think about, like, how are we setting standards for non-hyperscale facilities. The other thing to some of the questions that public raised or concerned there, unlike most communities in the country, Longmont runs our own electric utility, our own broadband utility, and our water utilities, plus our land use planning for the city, which means we have greater insight into the impacts of such proposed facilities on our utilities and ratepayers, and oversight of such proposals that may come our way, and whether those proposals may complement and align with those goals in our community, or if they don't. In other words, we're in a better position than most, but I still believe it's prudent to ban the hyperscale facilities now and update those standards for smaller scale facilities as we proceed.
Okay, thank you. And I guess I am the time person. So let's go ahead and vote. Did you want to do a verbal vote?
Are you
Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
I'm a heck yes.
Okay. Yes, I know, that's what I was wondering. Okay, so that carries 6-1 with Councilmember Christ in opposition. We are now on to, let's see, I lost my spot. We are now on to item C, 2026-35, a bill for an ordinance amending section 14.20.150 of the Longmont Municipal Code regarding the utility rebate program and service disconnects. And, okay, do we have anyone from staff to present or provide additional detail? Nope. Okay, so let's go ahead and go on to questions from council. Do we have questions at this time? Okay, so I will now open the public hearing on ordinance 2026-35. Is there anyone in the audience? I don't have anyone signed up on the list for this ordinance. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak to this? Seeing none, I will now close the public hearing. May I have a motion to pass and adopt ordinance 2026-35? Oh my goodness. The motion has been made by Mayor Pro Tem McCoy, seconded by Councilmember Christ. Now, do we have anybody who, did you need to say anything? It seemed like you were. Me? Yeah, I thought you wanted to say something. Okay, no. Oh, okay, got it. Yeah. No, it's, ándale, yeah. So, okay, yeah.
No, I think if I'm not mistaken, this is just the changes that were discussed, correct, Becky? And just for public's knowledge, one of the, I think, most important changes tonight to our utility, to one of the parts of this is the CARES program, and making sure that when a resident applies for CARES here in the city of Longmont, they automatically get a hold placed on their account, so they're not disconnected. So what we were seeing in the past was it would take a while sometimes when you had someone in need apply for assistance through the city of Longmont utility assistance. It would take a while for them to get approved, and they'd probably get disconnected by the time they got the assistance. And so this really just puts a safety net in place for our residents who are struggling to pay their utilities, and making sure, hey, once you apply and you let us know you're struggling, we're going to put a hold on your account. We're going to see if you're approved. And if you're approved, then we're going to take care of a portion of your bill, and hopefully continue to allow you to continue strong and providing for your family and working and so on and so forth. So that is the intent of this tonight. And then I also just want to put some knowledge out there is I think here in the city of Longmont, so we also have our CARES program, but our center also has walk-in resource hours for our residents. So if you are struggling to pay your utility bill, in addition to CARES, you're also welcome to go to the ART Center and walk in to see if you qualify for utility assistance on top of that. So Longmont's doing a really great job in that.
Thank you.
Just some knowledge.
Yep, Thank you. Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to thank Councilmember Prieto, who was the first person to bring this idea forward. And it's a concept that I really support because I think there are not always a ton of options where we as a city can step in and really directly support folks that are in some trouble and ensure that we, it's a homelessness prevention measure. It's a community resource measure. This is, one of the reasons I really love local government is because you can really take a scalpel and find ways to support people. So I'm excited to support this, and thank you for bringing it forward, Councilmember Prieto.
Thank you. Councilmember Popkin. I was like, see no one else in the queue, and then another one pops up. Okay, not happening next time.
Ditto.
Very good. Okay, let's go ahead and vote. Nope, we don't restate.
Just yanking chains tonight.
Yep. Okay, and so that carries unanimously. We are now on to item D, ordinance 2026-36, a bill for an ordinance authorizing a farmland lease agreement between the City of Longmont and CSP Farms. David Kelly who's the tenant for the Bragg Spangler property. Do we have any questions from council? Okay, seeing none, I will now open the public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak on this matter? Okay, seeing none, I will now close the public hearing. Okay, may I have a motion to pass and adopt ordinance 2026-36? So the motion has been made by Councilmember Chris, seconded by Councilmember Popkin. I thought I heard him like a millisecond first, so. Okay, let's go ahead and vote. So that carries unanimously. Before we go on to items removed from the consent agenda, do we need a break? 5-minute break? Okay, I'm just plugging us along. 3 hours in. Okay. council members, please make your way back to the dais. Let's go ahead and get started. Okay. We are now on to items removed from the consent agenda. Okay. Okay, yes, and this one, Councilmember Popkin, 9E. Mhm. Okay. Can you please turn on your mic? Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I pulled this just, there were some numbers I wanted to clarify in here. Jen and I had emailed about this in advance, so I shouldn't be catching her off guard on this. But when we were talking about Front Range, there's the 4 million from Front Range via the city that's being contributed. Jen helped me clarify and understand that the city is not also contributing 4 million. We're just the conduit here to help move that basically into the broader project. And then there is 235,000 in the earnest money that is contributing from the city as a part of this, correct? Am I getting that right?
For the development agreement.
Correct.
Yes.
For the development agreement. Oh, sorry, I guess this is the Lura thing as well. So, sorry, I will focus on the Lura. Thank you for the reminder on that. So then in the Lura IGA, we have a discussion about up to 5.8 million in the tax increment financing agreement from the city to Lura. But we also have an estimated 5.1 million in sales tax referenced, and then $224,000 annually on average estimated from that, which totals 5.6 million. So I just wanted to understand exactly, make it clear for us, for council, and for the public, like what actually is being committed to with the TIF agreement, the tax increment financing agreement, and what we are asking for.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Jen Newton, Executive Director of the Longmont Urban Renewal Authority. So yes, what I have on your screen right now is the property tax that is assumed to be part of this agreement. So it's for the property tax only. The 25-year annual average is that 224 number. So if you were to add that up over the 25 years, you would get to 5.6 million, but that's an average. So it doesn't take into account the actual modeled out increment that would happen over the 25 years, and that's the 5.8 million. Just for clarity, this agreement is for the property tax only. It doesn't include the modeled sales tax. So the sales tax would be, it's modeled, so it's not necessarily true, but it is based on the inputs that were part of the impact report. And then those dollars would go into the city funding just as they normally would. So they wouldn't be part of this agreement. And then I did want to just add section 7 in the IGA says that the future mill levy allocation, if there were to be a future vote on another mill levy, would not be part of this agreement. And so that would be noted and we would move forward with that. So if there were a ballot question that were on the November ballot, it wouldn't be part of this agreement. And we would just make that clear with the finance director and the collections moving forward.
Thank you, Jen. Really appreciate that. And then just on a point of process, so this is the city, this is us approving the tax increment financing revenue agreement with Lura. I don't recall Lura seeing this yet, so is that coming? Like, what's the next step in the process for this?
So essentially what's happening now is it's the negotiations with all of the taxing entities. So in this case, I'm representing the Urban Renewal Authority, and we're asking for the city's participation in this this project moving forward.
I think that was me.
Sorry. So we're asking for this IGA, which is among the two entities, to move forward. We will have those conversations with all of the different taxing entities as we move forward. And once we have all of those agreements, we would then take the urban renewal plan and the condition survey to the Planning Commission to understand whether or not it conforms with the comprehensive plan. And then the City Council would hear at a public hearing later this summer the actual urban renewal plan and the condition survey. So those are separate actions. This is essentially the negotiation for the tax increment financing before it goes through that process.
Thank you. And since we haven't seen a ton of tax increment financing deals before, just as a reminder to the public and anyone listening, the tax increment financing is not a commitment, or like it's not robbing Peter to pay Paul. It's a commitment of future property tax revenues specifically to this. Do you have a slide on that? Yeah, thank you. So it's a commitment specifically on the future property tax revenue in this case that we're getting, and the commitment to specific improvements within a designated area for the project goals that are above the base property tax revenue that was already expected.
Yeah, so the increment is the added taxable value for the improvement. So in this case, those developments, the private development that we talked about earlier on the vertical rich mark private development, the mixed use wrap that would go around the parking garage and bus center, and then any of the other private development that's in this map. So one thing I do want to note here is that the purple is where where this new urban renewal area would be going, and that red hash line just shows that it also is including some of those rights of way. I will note that there are 2 properties that are south of Boston that are right here that are not part of this IGA. We would anticipate that we are starting the condition surveys of the blight study for those properties now. Just gave notice to the city that we will be doing that. So I would anticipate that there will be an IGA amendment to this to include those parcels, but we hadn't yet started the work when we needed to get this to you. So this IGA is just for the area that is in purple but north of Boston, and those other properties would come through in an amendment.
I think more specifically, sometimes to the question of where's the money coming from, there's a but-for argument in this, because what's really behind this project is, these projects couldn't go but for the tax increment financing. So, you know, if someone says, well,
and then if we don't get the TIF, if we don't have the project, we don't get the tax revenue anyway, so it wouldn't exist.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I think sometimes you'll hear, well, it's money we would have gotten. No, we wouldn't have, because this project wouldn't move forward. So sometimes when I explain it, you know, it's 100% of zero is zero, because this doesn't happen unless you get the tax increment financing to offset the debt.
Yeah.
And I will just note that this this chart shows what that looks like. So you have the base. The base resets every 2 years on the valuation years. So there's that base does climb over time, but the difference between that red line, the base assessed valuation, and the green line, which is the tax assessed valuation, is that tax increment financing, and that is created by these projects. But the only way that these projects happen is if we're investing these dollars. So it really is kind of a circle.
Thank you, Jen. And thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make sure the different financial numbers were clear. I appreciate it.
Now I got to turn my mic on. Councilmember Chris. Or, I did it again. Councilmember Prieto.
Is it because we agreed, Mayor? I just wanted to share a perspective that I learned or that I heard, and maybe it's wrong or right. I don't know. You can tell me, Jen. But when I was researching this part of the packet, something that came up was, you know, where it was talking about TIF and, yeah, to the but-for argument. But it was also saying, like, if TIF didn't exist, we would have to raise taxes to support this type of development and growth in our community. And so just kind of another perspective that I heard that I haven't heard before is, like, if we didn't have TIF and we didn't have TIF to support these kind of projects, then, like, the alternative is the city having to pay out of pocket or be competitive for grants and different things like that to make them happen, which is not likely to, you know, generate enough revenue, and or if we did, it would raise our residents' taxes. And so just a perspective that I haven't heard in my time in Lura and my time on council is, like, TIF allows us not to raise residents' taxes and allows us to bring this growth and this development to the area. Just something I wanted to share, that's all.
Great, thank you. May I have a motion to approve this item? Okay, so the motion has been made by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember Popkin. And it is for Resolution 2026-31.
You're welcome.
Okay, see no one in the queue. Let's go ahead and vote. And that carries unanimously. We are now on to general business. Item A, changes to the Human Services Funding Program and General Fund Split. And we have Christina Pacheco and Eliberto. You two will be presenting?
Correct.
Okay. Come on down.
All right, let me get there. That's not it. There we go. Let me get it.
Control L.
Yeah, it's not doing it. What did you say, Harold? Control. Control L. Yep. It's not
Now
doing
try it. That's a control.
Uh-huh. Nope. What's this? Hold on. There we go. Come on.
Escape. Keyboard's not
The
working.
keyboard's not working. Well, yeah. It's on, but maybe it's not charged. Control L. It's not doing it.
Oh.
Whoa.
Oh, that was P, maybe.
No.
Nope, I don't know what that was.
Control L. There we go.
Hey.
There we go. All right. All right. Good evening, Mayor Hidalgo Faring and members of council. I'm Christina Pacheco, Human Services Director. We are here tonight because we made a commitment to council to bring back this item after being in front of you on April 7th and getting initial direction. And what we are here tonight is to get final direction prior to rolling out the 2027 funding program. Eliberto and I will present different parts of this information, and we promise to keep it under 10 minutes. So I'll give a little bit of a background just to set the stage for Eliberto to talk about the recommendations that we're bringing forward. There's been a consistent growth in the number of agencies applying and funded by the Housing and Human Services Advisory Board. This is in part due to staff getting the word out about the application. And in addition, about a year ago, the Community Foundation of Boulder County distributed a survey to nonprofits to understand how funding shifts and policy changes may have affected nonprofits in our area. What the study showed was that organizations are operating at a time of uncertainty around financial conditions, viability of community programs, while facing a need for increased services. So we can see the number of agencies that we're funding has increased since 2020 over the past 6 years. So we also thought it was important to look at how other government entities in the county are funding nonprofits. So the important part here is that all of our partners fund fewer programs with our amount of funding, $1.6 million, being between what Boulder County and the City of Boulder fund. So this is what we took away from council after the April 7th meeting. You wanted us to align the funding with council priorities, reduce mission creep, have a narrower, more strategic focus, direct the dollars in a more impactful way, and really recognize that we can't be everything to everybody. We wanted to identify and fund trusted agencies and consider unintended consequences and long-term impacts. So we understand that you all are working on fleshing out your council priorities. And what we did in general was take what we heard from the council retreat and past meetings to start to align with key themes. So we included early child care and education, keeping people housed, individuals and families, access to mental health, transportation, and food security were some of those broader areas that we looked at. We also heard that you wanted us to consider how to address family homelessness without losing ground on individual homelessness. We considered you talked about considering some navigation services. We have proposed this as a position in the General Fund 2027 budget, but also realized that this will be weighed against needs citywide. We recognize the strain that our general fund budget is under. We also heard feedback on prevention and stability. So specifically expanding the eviction prevention fund, expanding home study, using our board to hire, using Housing and Human Services Advisory Board funding to hire a city-based navigator. So I just talked about that, about how staff proposed to address that, really making that a general fund ask so that we wouldn't take any funding away from nonprofits. Strengthening pathways to housing and stability and addressing service gaps through coordinated navigation. Around data and planning, you really wanted us to look at using our 2025 Human Services Needs Assessment and our 24 Community Needs Assessment, focusing on housing, mental health, and food security, and then improving data collection on family homelessness. That landscape has changed drastically over the last 4 or 5 years, and so continue to kind of keep our finger on the pulse of what's going on there, and really looking at the different data sources that we have, so we have a clear picture of the area, of the family homelessness area. Finally, overall direction, as I mentioned, narrowing the focus, investing in navigation, directing dollars where they have the greatest impact, really looking at how we can break the cycle of homelessness and generational trauma, and then maintain stability while expanding targeted support. So I'm going to turn it over to Eliberto now to talk about considerations and our recommendations on how to potentially change the human services funding.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I looked at, part of what you also talked about, and it's an ongoing discussion that we've been having for many years about looking at the numbers that we serve and looking at cost per resident, and I did all that research. And so some of the things that we looked at is, per area, how much we're spending. You can see that it stays pretty consistent, or it has been consistent since 2024. 2026 numbers are kind of what we awarded this year. I also explored how many folks are served per year. Now, 2026 is projections, they're not actuals, but if you look at 2024 and 2025 numbers, those are actuals. And again, a lot of consistency, even though we do see a little drop in self-sufficiency numbers for 2026. And part of that is because, I heard earlier you talked about the CARES program, and we're doing part of that. One of the things that we did in 2026 as part of the work that the Housing and Human Services Advisory Board did was to shift what we allowed for funding on the human services side as far as the self-sufficiency. So that became kind of more of a deeper impact, less numbers, because we allowed for direct financial assistance for the first time in many years. And so the R Center received some funding for utility assistance and other type of assistance as well. So that was part of that was going a little bit deeper impact, but less numbers served, because now we are allowing for those kind of uses for the funding. Some of the other things that we talked about was also, we talked about looking at, putting a floor on what agencies can ask for. So we looked at, I did the research, we haven't had a lot of agencies apply for 10,000 or less, but it would still make a little bit of a difference because we've seen incremental growth in that of agencies applying for $10,000 or less. And so, again, this is what they apply for, not what they receive. There are other agencies that might have applied for more, but because of the fact that we've had to dilute the funding, there were agencies that got less than 10,000, even though they applied for 12, 13, 15,000. But just the reality of where we are with the funding didn't allow us to fund them at those levels. We also looked at, and this is a really important slide. So, you know, as Christina mentioned, those are the inner circle represents what we think we heard was council priorities. And then the outer circle represents what we currently use as the Longmont Housing and Human Services Advisory priorities. And I tried as best as possible to show there is some clear alignment with some of the things that council has priorities, like housing stability, early childhood aligns very well with our education and skill building, of course, food security, mental health. But then some of the things that we funded, and it was in your council comment, I listed out just some of the things that we fund that aren't necessarily aligned with council priorities per se, yet I think council would find them important. So for example, self-sufficiency and resilience, most of that funding is a lot toward case management, utility bill assistance, things like non-academic English to improve ability of folks to work and work with their kids at school and doctors. The safety and justice side of it, we fund some agencies that provide help for people re-entering our community after they've done they've repaid their time in the Department of Corrections. So we fund some agencies that provide that. We fund some supports that help children who are in the court system, like through CASA. So while not totally called out in your priorities, I think that council would value these. And so one of the unintended consequences of aligning with council priorities completely would be, how do we support those type of programs, right? And that's kind of the big challenge that we face. And so I thought this slide was really important. And again, having that conversation about, some of those agencies don't serve a ton of people, yet, if they can serve 40, 50 families, keep their utilities or stay in their housing, that is a very big impact, right? And so, we wanted to be sure that we thought about some of what that would do, and be clear that both of these things are important, and we would work to find ways to manage that reality. So our staff recommendations are, and again, these are works in progress. We would come back again in December, but our staff recommendations is yes, it's easy enough to create a $10,000 limit. That's pretty simple. We would put that in the grant application. I'm working on the grant application guide now. That would be easy. So on May 22nd, we had an amazing conversation with over 60 people, at least 38 agencies represented. It was a hybrid meeting. We held it over at TLC. By the way, it's beautiful campus, great building. They allowed us to use it for free. It was great. And we had a great discussion. One of the things that came out was, well, what about if we were to consider that, the City of Longmont funding isn't meant to cover a whole program, right? To cover the cost of an entire program. So could we put a cap? And so we threw in the packet 30%. After that, I went back and did the research for 2025. In 2025, the average percent of total program requests, in other words, the percent of what we would be asked to cover, and this is asked, not what they got, was around 10%. There were a few outliers at the 25 to close to 29%, but nobody was at 30%. Most of them were close to 10% or less. So we're actually meeting that goal, but we could put that into the application to make it more, a solid understanding for our nonprofits that, hey, we can't cover the whole cost of the program. Here, please don't go over 30%, or the board could decide, let's make it 25. That's a conversation that we could have with the board. Let's see. And then finally, we want to align with councils, and we want to create a process that as we align closer, and as you all decide, that we don't lose like that self-sufficiency and that safety and justice. So Christina put in there about as we develop this, maybe finding a way that we can set aside some of that funding specifically for those two areas, because the rest of them align pretty well with what we know right now are your council priorities. And that's our presentation.
Great, thank you. Do we have any recommendations, questions on these particular recommended options? Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually just had a comment initially to start this off. Thank you for the robust council communication. You guys always do a great job with those. And I actually wanted to address, we 2 weeks ago, Mayor, we had a conversation about our council priorities. Was it 2 weeks ago? Last week? Last week.
Last week, yeah.
It's all bleeding together. Last week we had a conversation about our council priorities. Thank you for the correction. And I would say one of the themes was actually community resilience that we were discussing. It didn't really come out in those terms at retreat, but we actually started discussing resilience from an environmental, social, and economic standpoint, very explicitly in different ways. Councilmember Prieto chimed in on a number of topics there as well. So, it wasn't, I guess, currently explicitly called out in the previous council's priorities list, but I think it encapsulates a lot of the factors that we've already been discussing from the priorities that we're still finessing here and refining. But self-sufficiency and resilience, to me, fits squarely in the center of a lot of what we've been talking about so far. So I just wanted to say, doesn't seem like an oddball at all to me. Very much fits in there, and I'm glad that we're actively thinking about that there.
I agree. And looking at, when we think about self-sufficiency or even the safety and justice where people are re-entering, that helps keep people housed. That helps, have that food security. So it really encompasses many components of our priorities. When we think about how safety and justice, how it's been funded, as well as self-sufficiency and resilience. So I don't think that those are oddballs. Councilmember Prieto.
I would just echo. I think our last conversation we talked about some of the supportive programs to public safety, CORE, LEAD, and we called them out specifically. So I would say put those bubbles right in with the other bubbles. And then I think just based off of kind of what you folks presented, thank you so much, Cristina and Aliberto, for taking the time and digging. Especially with like the $10,000 minimum. I do think that will weed out a few agencies. Do you know typically like what we're looking at, like 2, 3?
Well, we had, Councilmember Prieto and Mayor, we had 6 in 2026.
Okay.
So it has been growing steadily. Again, I think part of that is the work that we've been doing in trying to get the word out about the funding. So I think we've done a good job with that, and that has allowed. And the reality is there's a lot of amazing people in this community with a lot of passion, and they're starting up smaller nonprofits, and so that's part of it as well.
Yeah. And then especially with like the 30%, it doesn't look like a whole lot of folks met that 30% program coverage. And so I think it goes back to my time on the board serving with Housing and Human Services. I'm not feeling we're getting closer to minimizing our scope. I feel like with the $10,000 minimum, it's gonna kick a few out, or they could just ask for more, right? The 30%, no one really meets that cap. So does it really impact all that much, or maybe they'll ask
so I think
a higher amount?
That's a great question. I think what we could do is we could also trust the board as we see applications coming in. We could change that number, right? If you give the board the ability to make that change, to say we're going to lower this to 10%, 15%, we could also do that as well.
Okay. And then the council priorities are the same. So I feel like we went in a whole circle kind of just to come back to the same place of like, we're going to help them all. and I think there's a reason for that, right? Because it's all like, they're all important needs in our community. And so I don't have any recommendations. I didn't I didn't hear anything explicitly about number of Longmont residents served, and I'm not sure how many organizations that would cut out. But I think the intent of this was to really like hone in our funding and making sure that we're making a large impact and give, and especially like you said, Eliberto, there's a lot of new nonprofits starting up. I even thought about starting my own, and it's all with good intentions, but in the times that we're living in, with the cost of living increasing and inflation, and I just really feel like our programs need to be impactful, and so I still have this desire to like hone it in, but I don't know that we're any closer to that tonight. So just some feedback there, and I would
Thank
love
you.
to hear what the fellow council members have to say.
Thank you. Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm glad you brought it up, Councilmember Prieto. Thank you to Eliberto and Christina for this work. Because I agree with your sentiment. I wrote down and circled, will this actually reduce the number of agencies funded? And it's not that I want to see fewer agencies funded, right? It's that I want the agencies that we use these dollars for to make genuine impacts in the community. I am less concerned about the number of people issue, because I think to your point, it's the right one. That if we can keep 40 people from becoming unhoused, that is a massive win, even if it's only 40 people, right? I am concerned as well that we're not getting there yet. I agree with all of these. I think that's good. But I also don't know what else gets us there. I don't want to create an artificial cap, right? I think that doesn't make sense. So it leads me to, having served on the board many years ago, when we approved a number of fewer agencies, a lot fewer agencies. We were in the 30s, I think, at that time. What my experience was about scoring, training for scoring, and how our scoring compares to other communities. We were using a common application, right, for a long time, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And yet we were getting outcomes that in the scoring side looked to be pretty disproportionate from other communities using that common application. Am I correct in how I'm reading that?
So, Councilor Marcin and Mayor, so while we were using a common application, every municipality and county did it differently, right? So, for example, City of Boulder had a small committee that did it. Boulder County did not use any volunteers. It's all staff that reviews. It's only staff that reviews the applications. We're the only ones that had an actual advisory board appointed by council to review these. And then also they get. So, for example, in Boulder County, it's the Director of Community Services for the Community Services side of the funding that approved the funding. In the City of Boulder, it's the City Manager that approves the funding. We're the only ones that bring our funding recommendations to council.
I appreciate that. What kind of training is the board getting currently on scoring?
So typically I do a logic model training, and we always go over the application. Now this year we are changing the application.
Yeah, so I mentioned that.
We have simplified it, and it's based on what the board is actually evaluating. We had to kind of in the past, it was more complicated because since we had our own evaluation metrics, but we were using a common application, we had to really work hard with the board and walk them through it. This year, my hope is going to be a lot easier for the board to evaluate, and that may cut down some as well, right? Because now we have designed our application to reflect our evaluation. So my hope is that will also help, and so we will definitely train the board on some of the challenges that is that because this is a board made of residents, right? They may have their own passions, and then when we do the hearings, and the nonprofits show up to those hearings and they tell their story. Board members tend to fall in love with those stories, right? Because
completely. I did when I was on the board.
They're powerful stories, right? They come and tell how they're helping people. And so we are going to continue to work with our board to train them and walk them through the evaluation process. That does not guarantee that they will score any harder, or it's individual board members that have passions, and yeah.
What is the threshold for funded versus not funded?
So typically, what we changed a couple of years ago, and this might have done something good, is in the past we would set arbitrary numbers. When you were on the board, we had arbitrary, and then about 2 board presidents ago said, why don't we use a standard deviation model? That would make it more fair, and it would account for the different variations of scoring. And so we've been using that the last couple of years.
And that seems like it may be directly in line with the increase potentially as well?
It could be. It definitely could be. But I think the board feels really comfortable with it, and we've kept using it.
Okay. I see other lights, so I'll take a pause. Thanks.
Okay. Councilmember Christ.
Thank you both for the presentation. And I'm wondering if there are six that were under $10,000 last year. Is that what you're saying?
That applied, yes, 10,000 and under.
Are they, what are we losing if those 6 don't apply and aren't funded?
They're typically smaller programs, so they ask for less. They typically, I can't think of all of them off the top of my head, but a lot of them are education-based, or they're parent engagement, or they're support groups for different populations. So you would lose some smaller niche type of programming that is provided.
Or could these establishments pair with another organization that could ask for more, like instead of 10,000, go to 15,000 and then have them?
Yeah, we would always encourage collaborative applications, yes.
Okay, collaborative applications. I like that. There's got to be some, and I think it's probably individualized, but there's got to be some recipe for success here, and it's probably at least 2 or 3 of these bubbles at one time per individual, at least 3, I would say.
So we did present before this council in March of 2025 the idea of focusing, staggering the priority areas that we would fund, for example, education, and 1 year and a couple of other, and so we would give them higher amounts to fewer agencies, but that means then we would stagger the other priority areas later. So we would do 2 priority areas and 2 priority areas the next year, and we would give them enough to cover 3 years, and so then they couldn't apply again for 3 years after 2 years after they received the award. We did consider that, but because to the point that we've been talking about earlier, just the challenging economic times, I think the previous council and the previous board didn't feel that it was the right time to do that, and maybe it's still not, but maybe it's something that we look into the future.
Yeah, and I'm also wondering about transportation, because we have a lot more transportation options available within the city, so tell me about
So
transportation.
typically we fund a couple of agencies that provide transportation. Many of them are focused on veteran transportation, even though of course we fund VIA that does much broader, but we do fund a couple of agencies that provide medical transportation for veterans, and they do work together. So that could be a potential joint application. They just haven't in the past, but we could encourage them to do that.
Yeah. I think stacking that way might work a little bit better, as you say, collaborative. An organization knows what the people they're helping might need more of. And I know it's not a canned presentation, but for instance, if you have people that are exiting the criminal justice system, they're going to need more public safety help, probably. Right. Maybe, yeah. Or if you're facing eviction, if you're working with people who are, you're trying to avoid eviction, they might need a little more legal assistance. And some of the interviews that I participated in.
That's right.
Quietly, I just was listening. But some of the legal assistance wasn't up to 10,000.
Correct.
You're
right.
That would be a collaborative effort. Yeah.
Potentially, yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Good. Okay, and we have a couple of council members. This will be your second time, Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. I need to say something. Okay. The couple questions here. What building on Councilmember Marsing's discussion? What's the purpose, or what's the intended objective of that potential cap, of 30% cap?
So I think the 30% cap or lower.
The cap as a concept. What's
right.
the purpose of it?
The purpose is to ensure, and this has been something that I've talked to agencies, is to ensure that there is enough community support that's coming not just by government funding. So we want to encourage them to have that level of community support. And so that's been typically the purpose, is we want to see that they have enough support that's not just us, but individual donors, grants. Again, the idea behind that is to making sure that they're a sustainable organization, right? Where not all the funding is coming from one place.
Yeah, I fully understand why, and I see some value there. I'm also wondering, like, somewhat to Councilmember Marsing's point, and maybe I'm taking yours out of context a little bit here, so please correct me if I am, but if our goal is to support a certain impact, I wonder if that takes precedence over organizational sustainability. Not that we should ignore it altogether, but I do want to maybe challenge the assumption here that organizational sufficiency is justifying the kind of a threshold cap or restriction. And it gets to my last and more broad question. I get that we're tracking the cost per organization, the dollars per individual. How are we measuring the impact the dollars are having?
Great question. I actually get a report at the end of every year, and so so when I work with an agency, I work together with them to create an agreement, and they get to we work together to create outcomes based on the activities that they're asking funding for. And so those outcomes, I'll give you an example that I
Please,
really, for example, Rise Against Suicide, great program, mental health, and one of their main outcome is to reduce the suicidal ideation of teenagers they're working with, right? So I think they served 84 students this year in the St. Vrain Valley. It's a lot of numbers, but I don't know.
Yeah,
I think it's 84.
Yeah, it was.
It was a lot. It was several. And their goal was that 75% of those students would reduce their suicidal ideation after the amount of sessions they had with Rise Against Suicide. What they do is they go out and find private counselors to work with these kids. They're referred by St. Vrain. They had 85% success rate. So 85% of the children that they work with reduce their suicidal ideation based on a best practice suicidal ideation assessment that's recognized nationally. So that's how we measure success. Is we work with the agencies to look at what the activities are and what the program is. Food security, folks look at increased access to healthy food. I'm trying to think of others that we do. I mean,
can I just dig into that one for an instance, because I understand what the goal is there. How are we measuring the increased access?
A lot of it is by so two things. One is their outputs, how many poundage of food, and a lot of it is through surveys. Is right. So like they'll say they'll ask their clients, have you increased your consumptions of fruits and vegetables? So a lot of it is through surveys.
Gotcha.
And, yeah.
Thanks. And to be clear, I don't want to over-index on metrics, because that also creates an administrative burden too. And I work for an organization during my day that can index towards key performance indicators, and you name the type of metric or approach, and that can be almost sometimes more cumbersome at times than the actual impact delivery.
Right.
And so I don't want us to over-index that. I just wanted to think, when we're thinking of different types of policy mechanisms here, particularly on a cap or a floor of funding, if the more we can orient towards the goal of the funds that we're trying to expend,
And Councilmember Popkin, Mayor, yes, the work plans, the goals that are set are really tailored to the specialties of each organization. So whether it's the Our Center working on self-sufficiency, or the farmers market increasing fruits and vegetables, Eliberto really works with them to find meaningful outcomes, and then reports on that at the end of the year.
Great. Appreciate the discussion on this. Thank you.
I just want to interject. So the limiting funded agencies to 30%, that is something I would really like for the board to weigh in on, to determine that. I just don't have the full scope of what would that impact be. And then going back to even why we had this conversation early on with the previous council, or maybe the 2 councils ago, are we wanting to fund what was that saying, a mile wide and an inch deep? Or do we really want to get the most, or have a more substantial impact where we're going maybe an inch wide and a mile deep? And so, thinking from that perspective. So that was the lens I was viewing when I read through this, and thinking in the future of how we want to fund and making sure that our dollars do have impacts to the programs that are funded. Councilmember Marcin, and this is your second time?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you, Mayor. I keep going back to exactly that question of how do we really prioritize impact? And I'm hearing the biggest change point is in scoring, and I'm going to circle back to that, because I wonder if, and I'm curious about how you think this would work. I hear you on the standard deviation, that the board has gotten used to that. I wonder if you could use somewhat of a 2-tiered approach, where you say, we're going to take, we're going to set a number of, hey, anybody who scores at this point or below this point, we will not fund your applications. So an arbitrary cap, but then above that point, in terms of, then we go to standard deviation. Right, so it's kind of a two-tiered filter. I'm also conscious of the fact that likely or potentially risks a problem I think we already run into in this conversation, which is really over supporting the really well-run, the Our Centers, the large agencies. But I do think that's maybe a trade-off I'm willing to consider. So I'm curious, Eliberto, from your perspective of, could we theoretically 2-tier it like that?
We could totally. Councilmember Marcin, Mayor. So we already have so typically what we do is but we can make it tighter. So for example, the last few years, what we've done is a 1.5 standard deviation below, and so we could totally 2-tier it, and we could work with the board on creating that process.
I think I'd like to at least have the board have that conversation, and I can report back to council as a liaison what that conversation looks like, so you guys don't have to necessarily come back unless you want direction. But, Mayor, did you have?
Yeah. Well, I was just going to say, I wanted to, just wrap it up.
Okay. So I think that is my direction, is I would very much like to explore that, to see if we could come up with a cap that says, hey, anything below this, and really try to increase the overall impact of these dollars. So,
okay. And then with the other items, aligning with council priorities, setting dollar amount for safety and justice, self-sufficiency, do you agree with those?
Yeah, I think that's great. I liked the graphic of the wheel, the spokes, the gears, how it all feeds into each other. I think that's great. Yep.
So is there anybody, and I think as we start, do you need a formal vote from us, or do you just want direction on the recommended options? It's up to you. It's you.
It would be helpful to get a vote with really specific what you're looking, what you are proposing. So two-tiered option, the cap, and what else did I hear? And aligning funding with council priorities. I think will help us to just be really specific with the board as to what you're looking into, what you're recommending.
Okay.
The suggestion on the, talking to the board about the standard deviation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is that the two-tiered? Is
Two-tiered
that
approach, yeah.
two-tiered approach?
The two-tiered approach.
The floor, the
Floor.
$10,000 floor, the 30%, and
Council priorities.
and council priorities. Okay, so there are 4 items then that we would be bringing back. So I do want to just kind of bring our conversation together instead of having like a free flow. So really addressing those 4 items. Councilmember Prieto?
It's my second time.
Yes, it is.
This one's quick. So in this conversation, like I'm with Councilmember Marsing. I think it's a grading. I think it's an issue with the grading is what I would say. And a thought that keeps coming to mind is the people who utilize the services know best what services are helpful and which are not. And I'm asking myself, how do we include that input into the grading process? And so it's just a question I want to throw at you guys, because those who navigate the systems know what resources are helpful, are accessible, are available, and yes, and then just receptive. And so I don't know if there's a way for you guys to do that. I know like Google reviews might be an option, right? A lot of people who utilize services will put a review as to how helpful it was, how unhelpful it was. But I think having those voices be a part of also maybe the grading might be helpful. To say like a portion of the points might be what the community says about this resource, right? Because my experience on the board, and I don't know for sure, so I might be speaking out of context here, but not everybody on the board utilizes the systems and services that are provided or that we're funding. And so, and every report, everybody's gonna talk themselves up and share their stories, but we really don't know, other than the people who are utilizing those services. They would know best. And so just throwing something out there, I don't know if there's a way for us to do it. Could it be a Google review? Do we feel comfortable with that as that being a piece of the grading process? I'm not sure, but I think that would also help us minimize which are most impactful. And then it holds agencies accountable to their clients, right? So, and maybe it's not this year, but maybe it's something that we issue in the following year, saying this is something that we're going to start taking into consideration is direct client feedback, and that also holds organizations responsible to make sure that they're serving communities the way they're supposed to, and the voices that we're getting are not biased. They're not based off of reports and professional grant writers, but actually the people utilizing the systems. Just kind of a thought that I was having.
Councilmember Prieto, Mayor, I think where we could start with that suggestion is looking at which programs have participant surveys, what percentage of the programs do them, and start to, as you mentioned, talk with agencies about how to get that point of view.
Okay, thanks.
So
go
I guess
ahead,
the
yeah.
question is, does council want them to get client feedback, and then they can talk to the board about different methods?
Yeah, I mean, I would rather you explore that, kind of sit with that, since you're just now hearing about it, and, kind of sit with that, see what would be the best approach. And, I anticipate this would be something in a future, so maybe the next year. Councilmember Christ.
Thank you, Mayor. So I understand the intent to have bigger impact. And so I would like to include some of these little niche collaborations that you're doing as a fifth thing. I don't want to lose these 6 that are maybe under $10,000, but they're doing something important, like you're saying, transportation for veterans to health appointments. That's very important. But maybe they could pair with an R center that doesn't typically offer that type of service. And so if there's some way to encourage that, so these add-ons or collaborative.
Councilmember Chris and Mayor, yes, of course, we could add that to the application guide and encourage, talk directly to the applicants to say this would really help you improve your chances.
And so that's an example of that service stacking. Is that,
Right.
am I
Correct.
understanding that correctly? Okay. And then, and that's nothing, you don't really need direction from us on that particular piece. Okay, so very good. Well, hold on. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go through and we're going to do a show of hands. So for the first one with creating a $10,000 floor for funding applications, if you are in support of that recommended option, raise your hand. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, and if you are not, raise your hand. Okay, so that carries 6-1 with Councilmember Prieto in opposition. So limiting funded agencies to 30% of their total program. I believe where we left it at is we want to take that to the board.
Right.
So can we take that to the board first?
Yes, we can have that conversation
Okay.
with the board.
So if you are in support of moving that to the board for feedback, raise your hand. Okay, and it looks like that carries unanimously. And then the other one was the third point was aligning funding with council priorities and set a dollar amount, or keep in mind, go ahead.
So that might shift based on some of this, what we like, for example, what Councilmember Popkin talked about, how self-sufficiency actually is.
It is embedded.
It is embedded. So maybe this one we table because they're still shifting, but we feel that there is alignment. And maybe instead we add what Councilmember Marcin talked about, creating that two-tiered
option
system. Yeah, to explore that throughout the summer.
Would you like for us to vote on that two-tiered? Okay.
Yeah.
So raise your hand if you are in support of the two-tiered option, and Councilmember Marcin.
Are you wanting, or is the consideration to vote to explore creating or to create? Because I do have a preference one way or the other, actually.
I would think exploring, but maybe other people have interpreted. Because, it also depends in, is it going to work or not? And we also asked for feedback from the board on this, correct?
My only fear is if it's the desire of council to see that become a thing, and then, we make them come back before funding applications go out. Is it easier to say we want this instead of we have to come back and figure this out once you've got it figured out? Like, what's logistically easier?
I think it would be, I think either way would work. I think, because we're still going to come back in December and we could come back before. Right. But, right now the applications are scheduled to go the 29th. So if it's easier to say we want this to happen, then let's just make it happen. And then, because then if it doesn't work, we could still come back and say, hey, we are doing the work right now and it's not working. We could come back and ask for other direction.
Okay. And then Councilmember Popkin, do you have a point of clarification?
Point of information, actually.
Okay.
As a point of information, Councilmember Marcin, can you just state again the two-tiered system that you're proposing?
So we know what we're voting on.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Popkin. Essentially, the idea, and there's some other, just in my quick research, there's some other nonprofit and grant scoring systems that do something similar, where essentially you say, we're going to set a cap, an arbitrary cap, as Eliberto put it, that says anything below this cap we will not fund, right? And then above that cap, right, is where you apply the standard deviation model that the board has been currently using. So it's kind of a blend of the two systems that the board has adopted in the past. The idea being that we're saying we have a standard, right, that we want the agencies that we fund to meet, and then anything above that, it factors into the standard deviation model.
Okay. Raise your hand if you support moving.
Explore.
Well, I say let's just do it. Let's just do it. So we have 1, 2, 3. Okay, so we have 5. Okay, raise your hand if you are opposed. So that carries 6-1. Do you have your direction? Okay, very good. We have about 10 minutes left, so come on, we can do it. We can do it. We are now on to item B, Open Space Protections Motion, Charter Amendment Ballot Question Timeline, and Next Steps. So Danielle Cassidy, please come forward. Come fast. Yes. Yes, we are. Yes.
I don't want to rush this next discussion or public comments after. I'm going
Yeah.
to make a motion to, and I don't want to interrupt the discussion midway through, so I'm going to make a motion to extend the meeting past 11.
Second.
Okay, so the motion has been carried and seconded. Let's go ahead and vote. This is not debatable. It is not debatable. It's not debatable.
Mine is not coming up. I mean, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Refresh your browser.
Okay.
I know, it's whirling, but it's come up now.
Okay.
But not,
Oh,
it's
do you
not
want to give a
whirling.
verbal vote? Go ahead and give a verbal vote.
Nay.
Nay. Okay, so that is a nay. Okay, and so that carries 4-3 with council members Chris Prieto and McCoy in opposition. Okay. Let's go fast.
Good evening, Council and Mayor Hidalgo Faring. I am Danielle Cassidy. I am the Open Space Manager for the city, and I am here bringing back a informational presentation on Councilmember Kelkoffer's motion that was made on April 7th around open space protections. So I'm gonna remind you what the three parts of the motion were. And then this is a brief presentation and then asking for direction on a couple items. So last night, this gave this same presentation to the Parks and Rec Advisory Board, and this is the motion that they made coming out of their meeting, supporting Council's three-part motion to staff to explore strengthening open space protections, including preparing draft ballot language to amend the city charter. So in this presentation, I'm going to focus on motion part 3, which would be a charter amendment. I'll talk to you about the timeline and next steps for this whole process, and then request direction on 2 items. So as a reminder, the part 3 of the motion focuses specifically on amending the charter to add open space, and that would require preparing draft ballot language for council consideration, and the motion asked for this to be potentially put on the November 2026 ballot as a charter amendment ballot question. And as a reminder, the pieces that will return separately were motions part 1 and 2. Motion part 1 required strengthening open space protections for an open space disposition and establishing conservation easements as an exception to the disposition process. Motion part 2 was the conservation easement ordinance, so requiring conservation easements or CEs on all fee simple open space acquisitions, both existing and future, consistent with 2015 council direction. So for this motion's process, the motion was made, all 3 parts, on April 7th. We are here with the information and looking for direction tonight. To stay in alignment with the ballot deadlines to meet getting on the November 2026 ballot. That is why we are focusing on motion part 3. And then the election would occur in November, and then we would come back separately with code amendments based on the outcome of a ballot question. So currently the charter, Article 13.2, the protections are parklands and water rights are listed at the charter level. So this motion would add open space to that charter level. And so if it were approved by voters, open space would then be included in the city charter, meaning that sale or conveyance of open space would happen by a vote of the people. So I will give you conceptual ballot question tonight for your consideration and discussion, but this is not, final draft ballot ordinance would come back at your direction. So this is just sample question and ideas, so for discussion. And this is it. Shall Article 13.2 of the Longmont Home Rule Charter be amended to extend existing voter approval requirements for the sale or conveyance of city-owned land used for park purposes to also include land used for open space purposes, so that such land may not be sold or permanently conveyed without an affirmative vote of the qualified electors, while retaining existing provisions for water rights and while clarifying exception provisions for public rights-of-way, public utilities, and open space operations. And again, this is sample language. And these are the two items that we are looking for direction on tonight. Should staff proceed with preparing a ballot ordinance for the November 2026 election? If so, which ballot ordinance dates are preferred for the first and second readings to stay in alignment with ballot deadlines? Both of these would meet that, either July 14th and July 28th, or July 28th and August 11th.
So since there's two separate ones, I would like to entertain a motion for question 1, council member, and then we can have further discussion. Council member McCoy, or Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Council, I think this is a unique situation. This is property we already own.
Do you want to make a motion?
I'll make
and
the
then you
motion.
can discuss?
Okay,
Yes.
sure. Okay, I was doing. Okay, so I move. Let me get that.
Okay.
That we should proceed with preparing of a ballot ordinance for November 2026 election.
Second. Okay, so the motion has been made and seconded, made by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember Marcin. Go ahead, and you can speak to your
Okay,
motion.
thank you. Well, I see this as different than, well, not different, but I think this is important. First off, there is no fiscal note to this, and I think that's critical. And I think the second aspect is that it is our property that we have deeds to, and are the stewards of that land, and I think that's also critical. And so it's unique. It's not something that it is definitely in the line of issues like getting a bond for police and fire, or talking about maybe expanding for a museum, a library, or a rec center. Those sort of things are where in the end the city's going to hold the deed and run the operation. And so I think there is a distinct difference between that and other things that we might be asked to put on ballots. So I'm in support of this, and hope others are too.
Thank you. Councilmember Kalkofer.
Thank you, Mayor. And thanks for all the work going into this. I know I threw a wrench into your operation, so thank you. And I'm glad that there's a lot of enthusiasm with the motion that I brought up originally for this. So thank you for the motion, and thank you for the second. I'm also obviously going to support this because this was something that I brought up. The community voted 74%, about 75% for open space. This just makes sense to do because it's something that the community already wants to do, and it's something that our community cherishes. So obviously I'm in support of this as well.
I agree. So I'm not going to repeat what you all are saying. Councilmember Prieto.
All right. So I really want to be cognizant about decisions moving forward and how they impact the overall system. Really try to understand what the unintended consequences are. I sat and pondered with my little knowledge that I have of the city and city operations, because it's huge, right? As far as like what can the unintended consequences be here, as far as like the city being able to move in certain directions and areas, and how this might kind of cause delays or backups in the system. And so I couldn't think of any unintended consequences, but again, it's with the knowledge that I have of city systems and operations. Can you speak to any potential unintended consequences there might be if this were to move forward, either Harold or yourself, just so I make sure that I'm looking at this from all aspects, because I really want to be sure that what I'm seeing and what we're seeing is a lot of the times we have good intentions with policies, but we create more red tape. And this seems very well intentioned and almost like a no-brainer. But what are we not seeing?
Councilmember Prieto, thank you for the question. So we are looking to do this in a way that doesn't affect the things that are currently in the charter now, parks and water rights. So nothing would be changed there, and that could be an unintended consequence if this is done, in a non-careful way. But part of the reason that we are coming back with pieces 1 and 2 of the motion is because there are elements that would be affected by doing the charter, and so we need to really look at the scope. The scope changes depending on how a vote would go. The directions that we would go with motions part 1 and 2 to enact those. So that's something that staff would continue to work on with legal and open space staff together.
Yeah, I think, so A, it's a policy conversation with council, so that kind of sets the conversation. When I had conversations with individuals advocating for this, when you have the pieces that they carved out in terms of, Danielle went over those, I think that kind of gets at, if it would have included public rights of way, public utilities, those types of issues, there could have been more unintended consequences, but I think the carve out deals with most of the issues that we've seen where we would need to do that.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Marcy.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Prieto, I'll be quick. So I want you to speak. Thank you so much for the presentation, by the way. You said it during the presentation, and then you hinted at it a little bit. Can you say more about the specific things that would impact the parts 1 and 2, the code changes on a ballot measure? Because when you said that, just why are code amendments based on the outcome of a charter amendment election, theoretically? Like, what would change specifically in terms of how you would view that?
Councilmember Marsing, I want to make sure that I'm understanding your question correctly, but I think what I'm trying to get at is that the motion had 3 parts to it. One is very time sensitive, so the focus would be on that. Should it not be as time sensitive, all three parts of the motion could be looked at in step, in time.
Sure, I understand that, certainly. I guess I'm wondering, because you said you wouldn't bring back parts 1 or 2 until after you knew the result of the charter election, and I'm curious as to why. What specifically would change? Is it it may be a staff capacity thing, and that's fine. I'm just curious, like, if the charter amendment were to be voted down, why would you not? Why, like, does that change your thinking on parts 1 and 2? Because my reading of parts 1 and 2 was that it was fairly specific, and that I don't necessarily see how the charter amendment changes how you respond to parts 1 and 2. Just genuinely curious.
It could be, Councilmember Marsing, it could be council's direction that you direct staff to come back sooner with that piece.
Got it.
In a supposed timeline, they could be separate, because it would be helpful to think about the scope depending on what would happen with a vote one way or the other.
Okay, I think I'm following. I think I'm understanding. Thank you.
I think it could be done either way.
Yeah.
And so staff is not saying that we're picking a date for you for that. We're just saying that it would be
more time
afterward.
sensitive. We need to hurry up and get
Part 3 is time
through.
sensitive, so part 1 and 2 would come back separately. I'm not giving a date for when it would come back.
But part 1 and 2 aren't dependent on the outcome of a charter election.
Part 1 and 2 could, whether a vote is affirmative or not, part 1 and 2 can still happen and go at their own time separately.
That's all. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Okay, Councilmember Popkin.
I kind of 2 process questions here. So, Mayor, maybe this first one's for you. We talked when we were discussing the ranked choice voting ballot measure. We were also talking about some of the timing, and I think something that we've all learned from the 2023 votes was that you put too many things on the charter, whether it's money or not, and I think that starts to confuse people, and then people aren't sure what is really a priority. And so I guess what I'm curious about is, will we have an opportunity to discuss, and this is not specific to this particular topic per se, but is there a way to align the timeline with when we are considering the other ballot measures as well?
So the ranked choice voting is coming back on the 14th of July, is that correct? That's what I thought.
Yeah,
took
so
notes
we're
on the last
bringing
time.
the, in terms of what council wanted for the public safety piece, we're bringing the first phase of that back on the 23rd to go over
Of
some
June?
Of June.
June.
Yes.
When we talked to council about that, we said we're going to need to come back in June and then in July. So that's going to come back twice.
Okay.
First run's the 23rd, second one is in July, but then you have to then have a separate action to vote on all of these to place them on the agenda. So what you're
On the
telling
ballot?
on the ballot. So what you're telling us tonight is, yes, prepare this one for a council decision, but all of these have to come back again for a separate council vote to place those on the ballot.
Got it. Thank you. I guess, Mayor, I'll just express a preference here. I would love to see all of the ballot measures kind of as a
Okay.
package.
And that's the second question, correct? We're voting on whether or not to proceed.
Sure. I just
And
wanted to
then
make
we'll go
sure
in
that
the
the
dope.
timeline allows for us to consider these.
We'll
all.
talk about that in the next
Thank you.
question. Okay, let's go ahead and vote on this one.
Sorry, I had one more process question on the.
Oh, okay.
In terms of the ballot ordinance, because this is maybe I should have led with this one. Sorry, because this is a complex question, even though the intent is relatively straightforward. Looking at that sample, I know that's not the final language, but do we think we can get this to a point where it's going to be digestible to the public? Because I think there's a lot of my pet peeve with all ballot measures is that they're run on sentences forever and ever and like yield people to more confusion probably than it's worth. But secondly, we start to add other dimensions by kind of saying this is not this, this is not this, this doesn't touch these rights, it doesn't touch this. Is there, can we, when we think about preparing a ballot ordinance, I'm thinking about, can we get this simple enough in the time that we have?
So we actually use outside counsel that have to craft it in accordance with state law. And
So if you want to apply for that job, Councilmember Popkin, if you want to apply for that job, go for it.
So they're meeting legal requirements. That's why they're all complicated, because they're meeting all the legal requirements that are set forth in state law.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, so I'm showing 3 that have not, I don't know if it's waiting. Okay. Okay, and that carries unanimously. Now we're on to question 2, which was the, which timeline? So the option 1 is July 14th. First reading, second reading, July 28th, or option 2, July 28th for the first reading and August 11th for the 26th. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I think option 1 is the best option. Let's get this out there and then make a decision. I see only 2 ballot questions that meet our criteria, or the criteria of the council putting it on the ballot, and that is because of what I have said before. So.
Okay, thank you for that. Councilmember Popkin.
Yeah, just on the, again, going back to my question on timing. Yeah, I'll pick it up here. Thank you for that reminder. Maybe it's a question for Danielle or Harold. Which timing here best allows us to see all of the potential measures together as close to like a package, so we can just kind of see them all, like.
I'm looking at Dawn too. I think it's 2.
Option 2.
Okay.
And that's because.
Mary Dogle-Ferring and Councilmember Popkin, I think it's because on the 14th, we're bringing a similar questions to you about ranked choice voting. You're also going to consider other information that staff will present about public safety tax, so then by the 28th, we could say, here are 3 potential ballot questions, and line them up together.
Great,
That's
thank
what
you.
you're after.
Thanks.
Is my understanding.
That is what I'm after. Thank you. Look, I will say this. My preference then would be for option 2. And the main reason is out of respect for the feedback I have heard through campaign cycles from many folks is just like, make sure that the ballot is a responsible ask of the public. That's all. I think we can discuss the merits of each question at that point, but then at least we are seeing the full picture together and not doing it piecemeal. That's my only bias here.
Sounds good. Okay, Councilmember Marcy.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be quick. It was mentioned in the council comm as well that staff's preference generally is option 2. And I think that, I mean, we're talking about a difference of a week here, right? So that's 2 weeks, yeah. Time is a flat circle. So I'm support. I understand the urgency. I think we get it right, and it's still urgent, and I would support option 2.
Okay, Councilmember Kalkofer.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you remind me what the hard deadline is for us to have to get it on? Because I'm nervous that sometimes we don't vote to extend the meeting, and if this comes up and August 11th is the hard deadline and we miss it, that makes me nervous.
Mary Dogle-Faring, Councilmember Kalkofer. So if it's an ordinance, it has to be introduced by August 11th, second reading August 25th, would have to be passed. No, there would be no buffer for any problems in that timeline.
Okay.
Introduced July 28th, second reading August 11th provides a buffer.
Okay.
And I will be truly failing this council if we are not at second reading by 11 o'clock. So there's that. Okay, so do I have a motion for a preferred option? Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we adopt option 2, July 28th and August 11th.
Okay, I'll second that. So he's made the motion to go with option 2, July 28th, and second reading on August 11th, and I seconded that. Let's go ahead and vote. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, now it's all white screen. Do you want to give a verbal vote? Oh, perfect. Okay, and that carries 6-1 with Councilmember Christ in opposition. We are now at final call, public invited to be heard. Are there any members of the public who would like to come on down? Yes, 3 times, huh?
No, this one.
Yes.
There we go. Hey, one of these days I'll get it. Meg Thornberry, once again, thank you. This is a really quick comment that came from our Visible Government League chat. We want to thank you again so much for the creation of the Tech Advisory Board. We're very excited about that. One ask that we do still have is for there to be some form of independent expert reviewer of contracts. We understand if that can't be at a board level, but at least hiring somebody outside of the parties involved to review the contract to just make sure that we are, the devil's in the details. So we want to make sure that we are able to not have to undo any contract things. So anyway, thanks so much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, yes, come on down.
Mayor, Council, Glenn Pepper, 2235 Somerset Court. I just want to make a quick comment that something that was said earlier keyed off to me was about evictions and then keeping people housed. I've spent the last 11 years almost every Friday in eviction court with Jasmine and Vanessa. And I will tell you the number one problem is money. I haven't seen but maybe 2 cases this year that were anything other than money. And even those 2 cases were about money. It's just, I found a reason to get them dismissed. The truth is, we're not seeing all the stuff people used to talk about. We're seeing, in fact, people cannot pay their rent. A lot of it is because they've had medical issues. I've dealt with people that have had cancer, stage 4 renal disease, different things like this. the county or state, I'm not even sure who's supplying that program anymore, is a lottery. There's no guarantee about it. The problem in our court system is so backed up now that it takes 2 to 3 months just to get on the docket. That's 2 to 3 months in debt people are getting, trying to get these resolved. Most of the cases I deal with are $4,000 to $7,000, and that's if we resolve it that day. The court system, we no longer see a judge on their first return hearing. Everything's become mechanical. There's lawyers for the landlords, there's the free lawyers from Boulder, there's the free lawyers from Bridge to Justice, and there's the mediators from Boulder and Longmont, which everything, if you know, is in Boulder now. At the end of the day, what we end up doing is negotiating move-out dates and possible money. Now, City of Boulder has money in a program that they can help, and we can get approval like that. Everybody in Longmont is relying on the other programs that are iffy at best or a lottery. So I can't tell you how many people I've talked to that I know they're going to be homeless when in 2 weeks. So if you're working any programs at all and you want to help retain housing, find money for a program to help people that are in these situations to get caught back up and get back on with their lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we have anyone else? Okay, so I was looking straight ahead. Okay.
All right, Lance Whitaker, 1750 Collier. Make it real quick. Last chance to promote Wish Ride on June 13th, this Saturday. We will be having a breakfast between 8 and 10, and I know one of the cooks, so if you come down for a breakfast burrito, the green chili would be fabulous.
Wonderful.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you. We are now on to mayor and council comments. Do we have anyone? Of course. Oh, gosh. Okay, yeah. I only chose for this one thing. That doesn't mean it's a free-for-all, and we're going to be here till 2 a.m. Councilmember Kalkofer.
Thank you, Mayor. This week was a full one, and
it
it's
was.
already Tuesday, with a wide range of opportunities to learn about systems and issues that shape our community. I had the chance to visit the wastewater treatment plant, the water treatment plant, and funny enough, I learned how much water goes into the ground, and if anybody wants to know, it's 10 million gallons, give or take, in the summertime. 18 million gallons gets produced, and then 8 million gallons goes to the wastewater treatment plant. So it's either leaving with people that are going somewhere else or it's going into the ground. I also got the privilege to go to the Platte River Power Authority Rawhide facility, which was amazing. And also I had a tour with Northern Water. I got to see a calf be born today on that tour, which was something that I did not expect, but I take that as a good omen. Each of these tours offer a deep understanding of the infrastructure, the planning, and the long-term investment that help support Longmont and the region. At Platte River, one point that stood out was the challenge of managing peaks and valleys in electricity demand, especially when there's more renewables and there's no battery tech to put that excess energy in. I also participated in the League of Women Voters session yesterday about graduated income tax, which was a valuable opportunity to engage with the broader policy discussion. Taken together, this week has reinforced how interconnected our city's challenges and opportunities are, from water and power and public finance and future growth. It was a busy week, but it left me with an appreciation for all the people and the organizations that work behind the scenes to keep this community going. So thank you to everybody who gives me the opportunity to see behind the curtain. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. This past week, I got an opportunity to go to the groundbreaking for the Platte River Power Authority, the Weld Energy Center. So making it simple for the general public, it's basically a huge battery system that's going to be going into the ground. And in fact, it rivals, it is equal to the largest of this type in the state, and still has room to grow. So it's a great idea, a great concept, and I think a really positive step forward.
Thank you. Councilmember Prieto.
Just a comment to, I'm sorry, I forgot your name, but
Mr. Pepper.
Tim? Tim. Glenn.
Glenn Pepper.
Glenn, okay. Glenn.
No.
I'll remember that now. I thank you so much for coming up and sharing that information. It's a reality that's hitting a lot of households, and we don't see it here on the dais, and people don't see it every day unless you're in the court systems helping those communities. I think I just really want to highlight that's why it's even more so important for us to get this human service funding right. People are becoming homeless. They're going without meals at night, and we have an opportunity to make sure that our funding is directed to hit those households and prevent eviction and make a difference in the lives of families, single individuals, children. And so I think, you know, one thing I'm going to go home with tonight is just a little nervous about us maybe not getting this human service funding where we want it. And to your point, like, it's more important than ever for us to get this right now and to spend the time to discuss and not just go with what we think or try to move along this meeting. These are families, these are livelihoods, these are households, this is people's mental health, you know, this is their roots, their communities, the systems that they're tied to, what they know, access to clean water. And so I want us to like not rush into just coming to a solution or just figuring this out now and then us coming to the same question next year. You know, we need to make sure that our programs are serving our residents and they're serving them to the best of their abilities. You know, especially with like the resource navigator being moved to the general fund. That's going to be competing with every other ask from every other department. And so I'm no expert, but I can kind of see the direction of where this is going. And you might disagree, but this is what I live in. These are the communities that I help every day, and these are the trends that I see. So I just want to urge council to like slow it down. Let's be intentional about how we refine the human service funding, what programs we're assisting, what needs we're meeting, before we just kind of nonchalantly check the box and move forward.
And I do want to remind that this is one part of the conversation. This is going to come back. We're going to refine. We're going to take a deeper look. There's, you know, just the whole, when we engage with our nonprofits as well. And, you know, in the teacher realm, I mean, I've helped people who've been food insecure, been evicted, living in their cars, and getting them the resources we need. So I think, you know, from one degree or another, we've had that impact or, you know, that interaction with people. So Councilmember Marcy.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Prieto, for the thought. I agree. We got to get it right. Three quick things. Birthdays. Again, happy birthday, Mayor Pro Tem. It is also my mother's birthday on Friday, so I wanted to shout her out. She watches and stays up late. So thank you, Mom, for that. She'll turn 55. Mayor Pro Tem, 30. Never looked so good. Let me just put it that way. I also wanted to just give a shout out. We heard earlier tonight about the Longmont City Council Recap podcast, which I have thoroughly enjoyed listening to. We are, I really think, entering this very cool little era of local media where there is a lot of really, really good work, and as somebody who's been a media teacher at times, happening, whether it be resident-led stuff or the outstanding work that London is doing at the Times Call. I just wanted to shout out LPM, the entire infrastructure that is starting to pop up locally that it's really exciting because for a few years there, we were in a little bit of a desert, and I think we're in a much better position now, and our residents are significantly more informed now than I think they have been in a very long time. So thanks to everybody doing that work. And then the last piece, Mayor, I wanted to shout out and just mention for council's edification, tonight the Early Childhood Council of Boulder County launched their Brighter Start Boulder County initiative, which is potentially going to lead to some things that maybe, you know, we'll see. They did announce tonight as well that they'll be pursuing a ballot amendment to go to the commissioners in November, so look out for more than that. I could not make it because I had to prep for this meeting and be with my kids, but there will be another virtual meeting, a virtual kickoff event at 11 o'clock on Thursday that I believe is on your calendar. If not, I'll make sure I'll reach out and get that added for anyone interested in joining the virtual kickoff and learning more about what the Early Childhood Council is doing. So thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll start with a fun fact. I too attended one of the Platte River Power Authority Rawhide tours, and one thing that I think we were talking a lot about megawatts tonight, and I'll just give you a sense. So we have a 300 megawatt coal plant. That's Rawhide 1, and it actually takes 20 megawatts to power the coal plant. Just to give you a sense of scale of the facility and the infrastructure that goes into it. And that's like line out and line in to the facility to actually run the thing that then powers our community, or one of the things that powers our community. So just wanted to add a fun little tidbit from as we continue to wrap our heads around what kind of scale we're dealing with. Secondly, I wanted to thank Councilmember Marsing in particular for his collaboration over the last few months on the Technology Policy Advisory Board. I think it's not everything that everyone wanted, and it's also, I think, probably going to be one of the leading examples in the country, I think, on how cities are grappling with emerging technologies. So I'm super excited to see kind of how we operationalize that. I know we haven't approved it yet, but we've workshopped it enough that I think we're getting to a place where it'll be, ready for deployment soon. So really appreciate that, and then for staff as well for working with all the different pieces that have gone into the different sections on that. Secondly, I just wanted to share a little bit of feedback from the Senior Citizens Advisory Board from last week. They were thinking of doing a survey of the senior population to help kind of better inform the services not only that the senior center provides, but that the city provides to seniors. And I did flag that the city is about to do a community survey. And so unless council has a significant opposition, I was going to work with staff on just looking at a couple of tweaks that can give them data based on the already demographic information. Good example of that being like they wanted to have an age breakdown that was, I think 75 to 79 and then 80 on up instead of 75 to like 85 because of just the different needs at the community at that point. So just to get that sub data interval, one example, a couple other questions that we tailored there. So I just wanted to see if anyone had significant concerns with that. It's not fundamentally making this a senior citizen survey. It's still the community survey, but maybe just making sure that we can get a couple tidbits more when we go out so we don't do too much survey fatigue. That's the intention that's coming from. If you do have concerns either now or later, please just let me know. And obviously I'm not going to give direction that would materially change the survey to staff without council feedback.
Just one time. Yeah.
The other thing, where did that go? Then additionally, I just wanted to give a heads up. Tomorrow, RTD will be voting on recommendations for a bus from Longmont to the airport. That is listed as the AL route, AL, or Airport to Longmont. They will be voting on that at their board meeting. And that is proposed as hourly service, I believe, from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m., starting from 8th Avenue in Kaufman, right by Roosevelt Park in Longmont, to the airport. The exact route is still being refined in terms of how many stops along the way and kind of what that exact time will be. But just wanted to let people know since we talked about that quite a bit. And then last but certainly not least, I did want to flag that we should flag for all of council that we should expect to see multiple P&Z related issues coming up in the next weeks and months. And in acknowledgement of some of the technical discussion that we had tonight, land use topics can very much step into that space very quickly. So I do want to strongly encourage folks and remind folks that we do have the recordings to all the advisory board meetings, and strongly encourage folks as these topics come up to listen even at 1.25 or 1.5x speed for the meetings. To the recordings of the relevant discussions, and I'd ask that staff try to include that in the council comm, just the link to those recordings and the time and place in those. The discussions that P&Z is able to have not only span hours, but are able to address some of the clarifying questions and the technical nuances in the code on the topics and the issues and sites in question. And sometimes, I've had to rewind and look, and I served for multiple years on P&Z. So I highly encourage us to remember that we have the recordings and strongly encourage you to do that so that we can use this time as efficiently as possible.
I know, yeah. But no, I know several council including myself, do that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Christ.
Thank you, Mayor, and everybody, with your patience for all of us. So I think it's July 14th, the RCV discussion is coming back, and I did contact my professor, my political science professor, who is Professor Emeritus at CU, and he is willing to come speak to us, and I think it's a very fascinating topic. He has a good comprehensive way of looking at it in terms of all
For
voting.
ranked choice voting, yes.
Yeah, and all voting, and where does this fit in, and how, So,
Okay.
if you are interested,
Thank
we
you.
can bring it back.
Thank you for that. I did have a request from, so I met this lovely woman, Cheryl Garcia, at the Longmont Leadership panel, and that was, thank you for all, I think, so Councilmember Popkin, Councilmember Prieto, I was there. You were going to try to come, and then Councilmember Kalkofer were able to participate with the Longmont Leadership, the students that participated in there in workforce. It was a great discussion. They had great questions for us. Cheryl Garcia was one of the members who really was an advocate and activist for the disabled community and just bringing in, looking at systems. And so I did have a chance to meet with her, and she did forward a training that she is a part of that is, and she asked that I send this out or to either to you all for us to put in the calendar. So I wanted to give some context to that, as well as anyone in the public. So it is open to anyone in the public, and it's the Longmont Lunch and Learn WRAP. Wednesday, June 17th from 11:30 to 1 at the Longmont Public Media. You'll get a tour of the LPM building as well. And it is an interactive training on how to build your staff by hiring, training, and retaining, and how to use workforce tax credits. So a speaker will be Nancy Murray, as well as Danny Coombs, who activists or people who really work and train businesses around hiring and retaining people in the disabled community. So if anyone is interested in going to that, I'll have Dawn put that in our calendar as well. So thank you. And seeing no one else in the queue, city manager remarks,
No comments, Mayor, Council.
city attorney remarks.
No comments.
Thank you. And can I have a motion to adjourn? Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Aye. Okay, we are adjourned.